What if I told you that tonight you'll discover the most dangerous place in the universe isn't the crushing depths of space or the heart of a dying star, but a single grain of sand on a desert planet where every breath could awaken giants that dwarf mountains, and where learning to survive means becoming something the desert itself recognizes as worthy of its ancient, patient wisdom? Hello, my dear desert wanderers and spice dreamers. It's Abby. Welcome back to another evening of otherworldly tales and cosmic adventures. You know, in our world of endless water and constant comfort, we've forgotten what it means to understand the true preciousness of life itself, to recognize that every breath is a gift and every drop of water is sacred beyond measure. Tonight, we're stepping onto the golden sands of Arrakis, the desert planet where survival isn't about conquering nature, but about learning to dance with forces so ancient and powerful that they've been shaping consciousness since before our species learned to dream. So before you settle in for this epic journey, take a moment to like this video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely love these cosmic tales that remind us what it means to be truly alive. Let me know in the comments what draws you to desert stories, and what you think you might learn from a planet where water is more precious than gold, and the very ground beneath your feet is alive with intelligence older than civilizations. Now close your eyes and imagine the whisper of sand moving in ancient patterns. Wrap yourself in your softest blanket like a still suit protecting you through the long night ahead. Feel your breathing become the rhythm of the desert itself, patient and persistent and perfectly attuned to life's eternal pulse. Tonight isn't just about sandworms and spice, though we'll encounter both in ways that will transform your understanding of consciousness itself. This is about your discovery of what makes Arrakis spiritually transformative. You'll walk the paths of the Fremen, learning that true wealth isn't possessions but wisdom, relationships, and the deep understanding that comes from knowing your place in the eternal dance of survival and transcendence. 4 interconnected tales await you. We'll begin with a water-bearer learning that the most sacred responsibility is carrying hope in your heart. Then journey with a spice harvester, discovering the desert's greatest treasures aren't glittering melange but wisdom itself. Walk with a Fremen guide, teaching that survival means letting the desert change you into someone worthy of respect. Finally, witness ancient memories flowing through consciousness like underground rivers, connecting every grain of sand to every star through the miracle of awareness. The desert teaches that scarcity creates richness of spirit, that silence contains more music than orchestras, that apparent emptiness is actually fullness, so complete most minds can't comprehend its vastness. Tonight you'll learn the Fremen truth, that the desert isn't our enemy, but our most patient teacher, waiting eons for students ready to be transformed. Welcome to Arrakis, where every grain of sand has witnessed empires rise and fall, where every breath of wind carries stories spanning geological ages, where the harshest environment teaches the gentlest lessons about what it means to be truly, completely alive. The desert calls to something in the human soul that remembers what we were before we forgot we're not separate from nature but expressions of its endless creativity. Are you ready to discover why the Fremen say the desert isn't a place but a teacher, not something to survive but something to become? Then let your breathing find its natural rhythm, and prepare to walk pathways between dunes where footsteps disappear, but the journey becomes part of the eternal story the sands tell to anyone wise enough to listen. Welcome to the deep desert, where the greatest adventure isn't traveling to distant worlds, but discovering the most mysterious and beautiful world you've been carrying in your own awakening consciousness. The spice must flow, but more importantly, the wisdom must flow, and tonight you become part of that eternal current. Your heart pounds like a drum against your ribs as you take your first steps into the deep desert of Arrakis, the still suit unfamiliar and restrictive against your skin, its recycling systems humming with mechanical efficiency while your body learns the strange intimacy of wearing technology that will keep you alive by capturing and purifying every drop of moisture you produce. The weight of the precious water burden on your shoulders feels impossibly heavy, not because of its physical mass but because of what it represents, the sacred trust that the Fremen elders have placed in you as someone who might, if you prove worthy, become a guardian of the most precious substance in the known universe. The soft whisper of sand shifting beneath your feet tells stories in a language you don't yet understand, each grain moving according to patterns that span millennia, shaped by winds that have been blowing since before human consciousness first looked up at the stars and wondered what secrets they might hold. Every step you take leaves a mark that will be erased within hours by the patient persistence of the desert, reminding you that individual presence here is temporary, while the greater patterns continue unchanged, indifferent to personal ambition but responsive to genuine respect and understanding. The warm desert air fills your lungs with each carefully regulated breath, carrying the subtle scent of spice that seems to make colors more vivid and thoughts more clear. Though you've been warned that what newcomers experience as enhancement is actually the first sign that the desert is beginning to work its transformation on your consciousness. The recycled air from your still suit tastes flat and metallic compared to the spice-scented atmosphere outside, but you're learning that conservation and appreciation aren't opposite concepts but different aspects of the same fundamental understanding that survival requires recognizing the true value of what sustains life. The cool morning breeze carries whispers that might be wind through rock formations or might be the voices of Fremen moving unseen through their ancestral territory, invisible to outsider eyes but perfectly at home in landscapes that would kill the unprepared within hours. You strain your ears trying to distinguish natural sounds from human activity, realizing that this uncertainty is intentional, that the Fremen have spent generations learning to become indistinguishable from the desert itself, not through camouflage or hiding, but through the deeper integration that comes from truly belonging to a place rather than simply occupying it. Your destination rises from the morning haze like a mirage that slowly resolves into reality, the hidden Fremen site built into rock formations that seem natural until you begin to notice the subtle signs of human modification, water collection systems so perfectly integrated with the stone that they appear to be natural erosion patterns, ventilation shafts that could be mistaken for wind-carved caves, defensive positions that look like random boulder placement until you understand the strategic thinking that went into their positioning. The entrance to the siege is marked not by obvious doors or gates, but by changes in the quality of shade and air movement that your stillsuit instructor taught you to recognize. Environmental signatures that speak to those who have learned to read the desert's subtle language while remaining invisible to casual observation. You pause at what you hope is the threshold, waiting for some sign that you've been noticed and evaluated, that the watchers you can't see have decided whether you're worth the risk of revelation. A figure emerges from what you had taken for solid rock, their movement so fluid and natural that you realize they must have been observing you for much longer than you've been aware of their presence. Their stillsuit is worn with the casual expertise of someone who has never known any other way of existing, every seal and fitting adjusted to perfection, every surface weathered by years of exposure to conditions that would challenge the best equipment the off-world manufacturers could produce. The Fremen elder who approaches you moves with the economical grace of someone who has learned that every motion should serve a purpose, that efficiency isn't just a survival strategy, but a form of respect for the harsh beauty of the environment that has shaped their people for thousands of years. Their blue within blue eyes hold depths that speak of lifetimes spent in communion with forces that dwarf individual existence, wisdom earned through experiences that most humans never survive long enough to understand. You carry water for others before you drink yourself, the elder observes, their voice carrying the rhythmic cadences of someone who has learned to speak in harmony with wind patterns and the subtle sounds of the deep desert. This suggests you understand something important about the nature of responsibility, but understanding and wisdom are not the same thing, and the desert tests both in ways that words cannot prepare you for. The elder's eyes examine not just your equipment and posture, but something deeper, reading signs in your bearing and expression that you didn't know you were broadcasting, evaluating qualities that have nothing to do with technical competence and everything to do with the fundamental orientation of your consciousness toward the mystery and challenge of desert life. You feel exposed and vulnerable under this scrutiny, realizing that the tests you expected to face are nothing compared to the assessment that's happening right now, in this moment of first contact with someone who embodies everything you hope to learn. The water bearers of our people are chosen not for their strength or their knowledge, but for their understanding that the sacred responsibility we carry belongs not to us but flows through us to serve purposes larger than individual survival. The elder continues, beginning to walk toward the siege entrance with the expectation that you will follow. You will learn our ways not because we need another person to carry burdens, but because the desert itself has called you to discover what you might become when your small concerns dissolve into the greater patterns that connect all life. The interior of the sietch opens before you like a revelation. Space is carved from living rock over generations of patient work, every chamber and corridor designed to preserve and circulate the precious moisture that makes life possible in the deep desert. The walls themselves seem to breathe, expanding and contracting with temperature changes that have been calculated to minimize water loss while maintaining the comfortable environment that allows human civilization to flourish in the harshest conditions imaginable. The sound of flowing water fills your awareness, not the wasteful rushing of streams and rivers, but the carefully controlled movement of liquid through channels carved with mathematical precision, every drop accounted for and directed toward purposes that serve the community's survival and growth. You realize that the engineering required to create and maintain these systems represents knowledge accumulated over centuries, wisdom passed down through generations of people who understood that their descendants' lives would depend on getting every detail exactly right. Children move through the sietch corridors with the quiet confidence of young people who have never known scarcity because their elders understand abundance differently than most civilizations, teaching through example that wealth consists not in having more than you need but in needing less than the desert provides to those who approach it with proper respect and understanding. Their laughter echoes softly through the stone passages, a sound that speaks of security and happiness earned through the deep knowledge that their community possesses wisdom sufficient to thrive in conditions that destroy those who try to impose their will rather than learning to work in harmony with natural forces. The elder leads you to a chamber where other water bearers are preparing for the day's responsibilities, their movements coordinated with the efficiency that comes from years of working together toward shared goals that transcend individual ambition or recognition. They acknowledge your presence with nods that convey welcome without familiarity, acceptance without assumption, recognizing that your presence here represents possibility rather than achievement, potential rather than proven worth. Water is life, the elder says, lifting a container that holds perhaps a liter of the precious liquid, enough to sustain a person for several days if used with proper care and reverence. But life is not water. This distinction contains everything you need to understand about the responsibility you seek to accept, the difference between carrying a burden and embodying a sacred trust that connects you to every person who has ever lived or died in the deep desert. The ceremony that follows is simple in its elements, but profound in its implications. Each gesture and word chosen to reinforce the understanding that what you're accepting isn't just a job or role, but a transformation of identity that will affect every aspect of how you understand your relationship to other people and to the forces that shape existence itself. The other water bearers participate not as observers but as sponsors, each one taking personal responsibility for your education and development, creating bonds of mutual obligation that will last as long as you remain part of the desert community. The taste of shared water from the ceremonial cup carries flavors that speak of the deep aquifers and hidden springs that make life possible in the sietch, minerals and trace elements that connect this moment to geological processes spanning millions of years, reminding you that the water you're drinking has been part of countless other lives, will continue its journey through systems and cycles that dwarf human understanding while making human existence possible. Your first lesson begins immediately, not with words or demonstrations, but with the simple act of carrying water from the central storage chambers to the various points where it will be distributed throughout the community. The containers are sized and shaped to minimize waste while maximizing efficiency, every aspect of their design refined through generations of use by people whose lives depended on getting such details exactly right. The weight of the water changes as you walk, not because you're growing tired, but because your understanding of what you're carrying shifts with each step, each person who nods their thanks, each child who drinks without thought or worry because they trust that the water bearers understand the sacred nature of their responsibility. You begin to realize that the physical burden is the smallest aspect of what you've accepted, that the real weight consists of the trust and dependence of people who have welcomed you into the most intimate aspects of their survival. The elder walks beside you in comfortable silence, occasionally pointing out details of the sietch's water systems that illustrate principles you'll need to understand, but mostly allowing you to experience directly the rhythms and relationships that define life in the deep desert. Their presence provides security without interference, guidance without coercion, the kind of teaching that respects your need to discover for yourself what cannot be explained in words. As the morning progresses and you make your rounds through the siege's chambers and corridors, you begin to sense the subtle ways that water distribution affects and reflects the community's social patterns, how the timing and quantity of deliveries communicates information about health status, special occasions, and the thousand small considerations that maintain harmony among people living in intimate proximity under challenging conditions. The desert doesn't forgive mistakes, the elder says as you complete your first circuit and return to the central chamber, their blue within blue eyes reflecting depths of wisdom earned through experiences that tested every assumption about survival and community. But it rewards those who listen to what it's trying to teach, who understand that the harshest environments produce the most refined wisdom because there's no room for self-deception when your life depends on accurate perception. The words seem to echo in the stone chambers long after they're spoken, becoming part of the permanent atmosphere of the siege where every sound, every gesture, every moment of rest or activity contributes to the ongoing education that transforms outsiders into desert dwellers, visitors into members of a community that has learned to thrive by working with rather than against the forces that shape their environment. Are you ready to hear the songs the sand sings? The elder asks, their voice carrying implications that extend far beyond simple music or entertainment, touching on mysteries that connect the individual consciousness to the vast patterns of intelligence that flow through the desert like underground rivers of awareness. Because once you truly listen, once you begin to understand what the desert is saying, you can never go back to the small concerns that seemed so important before you learned what the silence contains. Your heart pounds with anticipation and uncertainty as you realize that this question marks the end of your preparation and the beginning of your real education, the point where you must choose between the comfort of remaining who you've always been and the adventure of discovering who you might become when the desert begins to work its ancient magic on your consciousness, transforming not just what you know but who you are at the deepest levels of identity and purpose. The desert's lessons burn in your mind like the afternoon sun reflecting off crystalline sand formations, each revelation building upon the last, as you begin to understand that the Fremen way of life isn't just about survival in harsh conditions, but about recognizing the sacred connections that bind all existence together in patterns too vast and intricate for most human consciousness to perceive, let alone comprehend. 3 weeks have passed since your initiation as a water-bearer, and every day has brought discoveries that challenge not just what you thought you knew about desert life, but your fundamental assumptions about the relationship between individual consciousness and the greater forces that shape reality itself. The heat shimmers rising from sun-warmed sand create visual distortions that seem almost alive, dancing patterns that your growing desert awareness recognizes as one of the languages the environment uses to communicate with those who have learned to see beyond surface appearances. The mirages that once seemed like cruel tricks designed to torment the thirsty now reveal themselves as information systems, atmospheric conditions that experienced desert dwellers read like weather reports, understanding what the dancing air currents reveal about wind patterns, underground moisture, and the movement of the great sandworms that navigate the deep desert according to principles that span geological timescales. The rhythmic sound of your breathing within the still suit has become as natural as heartbeat. The mechanical systems that seemed so intrusive during your first days now integrated into your awareness, like an extension of your body's natural functions. You've learned to interpret the subtle changes in the suit's recycling efficiency, understanding how your physical condition, emotional state, and level of desert adaptation affect the delicate processes that transform your body's waste products into the pure water that keeps you alive, in conditions that would kill the unprepared within hours. The taste of recycled water no longer carries the metallic flatness that reminded you of your dependence on technology, having acquired instead a familiarity that speaks of the intimate relationship between human consciousness and the tools that make survival possible in environments where the margin for error approaches zero. Each sip connects you not just to the engineering brilliance of Fremen technology, but to the philosophical understanding that true independence consists not in rejecting assistance, but in achieving perfect harmony between natural abilities and artificial enhancements. The texture of wind-carved rock under your palms tells stories spanning millions of years, each surface bearing the signatures of atmospheric forces that have been sculpting the desert landscape since long before human consciousness evolved enough to appreciate the artistry involved in such patient, persistent creation. Your fingers have learned to read the stone-like text, understanding how different mineral compositions respond to erosion, how various crystal structures create the musical tones that fill desert nights with harmonies more complex than any human composition. The elders' lessons continue daily, but their teaching method has evolved from direct instruction to guided discovery, allowing you to encounter the deeper mysteries of desert life through personal experience rather than second-hand description. This morning's lesson takes place at the Seiches Water Reclamation Facility, where every drop of moisture from throughout the community is processed through systems that achieve levels of efficiency that would astound the engineers of water-rich worlds, recovering and purifying liquid from sources that most civilizations would consider irretrievably lost. Watch the flow patterns, the elder instructs, pointing to channels carved with mathematical precision that guide water through a series of filtration and purification stages, each step designed to remove specific contaminants while preserving the essential minerals that make the liquid suitable for human consumption. The water teaches us about persistence and patience, showing how obstacles become opportunities for purification, how apparent waste becomes precious resource when viewed with proper understanding. You observe the hypnotic movement of liquid through the carved channels, beginning to recognize that the engineering principles governing the flow contain lessons about far more than hydraulic efficiency. The way water finds its natural path while being guided toward productive purposes mirrors the relationship between individual will and cosmic forces, demonstrating how conscious choice can work in harmony with natural tendencies to achieve results that serve both personal and collective good. The elders' blue within blue eyes reflect depths of understanding that come from decades of contemplating such connections, seeing in every practical task an opportunity to discover universal principles that apply equally to water management and consciousness development. Their teaching style requires active participation rather than passive listening, engaging your mind and intuition simultaneously while building the kind of integrated knowledge that becomes wisdom rather than merely information. The water knows where it wants to go. The elder continues, adjusting a valve that changes the flow rate through one of the purification chambers. Our role is not to force it against its nature, but to create conditions where its natural tendencies serve purposes that benefit the entire community. This understanding applies to far more than water management, touching every aspect of how we relate to the forces that shape our lives. Your growing ability to see connections between apparently unrelated phenomena has become one of the most valuable skills you've developed during your time in the Siege, allowing you to understand how the Fremen approach to desert survival integrates technical knowledge with spiritual wisdom in ways that make both more effective than either would be in isolation. The water reclamation systems embody this integration, combining engineering excellence with philosophical sophistication to create solutions that address not just immediate practical needs but the long-term requirements of a community that must think in terms of centuries rather than seasons. The afternoon brings you to the Seiches Weather Monitoring Station, where Fremen observers track atmospheric conditions with instruments that blend traditional knowledge with technological innovation, creating forecasting capabilities that enable the community to anticipate and prepare for the extreme weather events that can make the difference between prosperity and catastrophe in desert environments. The monitoring equipment reads not just temperature, humidity, and wind speed, but subtle electromagnetic signatures that reveal the approach of the great sandstorms that can bury entire settlements or expose previously hidden resources. The atmosphere speaks constantly to those who learn its language, explains the weather observer, a middle-aged woman whose calm confidence suggests decades of successful prediction and preparation. The patterns we track extend far beyond local conditions, connecting our small patch of desert to weather systems spanning continents, showing us how individual events participate in larger cycles that affect the entire planet's climate. The monitoring station's instruments reveal the desert's connection to the global atmospheric system in ways that make local weather prediction inseparable from planetary science, requiring observers to think simultaneously about immediate practical concerns and the vast temporal and spatial scales on which climate operates. You begin to understand how Fremen weather forecasting achieves its remarkable accuracy through this integration of multiple perspectives, combining local observation with systematic knowledge of patterns that span years and decades. Your training in reading atmospheric conditions begins with learning to interpret the behavior of sand particles suspended in the air, understanding how their movement patterns reveal information about wind currents, pressure changes, and the approach of weather systems that might not become visible for hours or days. The dancing grains become letters in an alphabet that spells out messages about conditions hundreds of kilometers away, allowing experienced observers to prepare for events that would catch less skilled weather watchers completely by surprise. The connection between weather patterns and water availability becomes clear as you learn to recognize the atmospheric signatures that precede the rare but precious rainfall that can transform the desert landscape for brief periods, creating temporary abundance that affects everything from plant growth to sandworm behavior. The Fremen ability to predict and prepare for these events allows the community to maximize the benefits of sporadic precipitation while maintaining the water discipline necessary for survival during the long dry periods that constitute normal desert conditions. As the day progresses, you accompany experienced Fremen on a journey to check hidden water caches maintained throughout their territory, supplies concealed with such skill that they remain invisible to casual observation, while being immediately accessible to community members who know the subtle markers that indicate their locations. The cache maintenance system represents another example of the integration between practical necessity and philosophical understanding that characterizes all aspects of Fremen culture. Each cache location has been chosen not just for its concealment and accessibility, but for its relationship to the broader patterns of desert travel and resource distribution, creating a network of supply points that enables Fremen to move freely throughout their territory without carrying excessive burdens or risking dehydration during extended journeys. The mathematical precision of the cache placement reveals thinking that considers the needs of current community members while planning for future generations who will inherit and maintain these systems. The desert provides everything necessary for those who understand how to see what it offers. Your guide explains while checking the integrity of a water cache concealed beneath what appears to be natural rock formation. Our ancestors learned to read the landscape like text, understanding how underground water movements create surface signs visible to educated eyes, how geological formations indicate the presence of resources that remain hidden from those who only see sand and stone. The cache inspection reveals the sophisticated preservation techniques that keep water pure and available for years despite temperature extremes and the constant presence of sand that infiltrates every inadequately sealed container. The storage methods combine traditional knowledge passed down through generations with innovations developed through careful observation and experimentation, creating solutions that work reliably under conditions that challenge the best technology available to off-world civilizations. Your growing understanding of the cache network helps you appreciate the level of planning and cooperation required to maintain systems that serve community needs across generations, requiring each individual to accept responsibility not just for their own survival, but for the welfare of people they may never meet but whose lives depend on the careful maintenance of resources and knowledge. The water caches represent trust made tangible, physical manifestations of the bonds that hold Fremen society together despite the individualizing pressures of desert survival. The return journey to the Siege takes place during the evening hours when the desert's temperature begins to drop and the harsh light of day gives way to the subtle illumination that reveals the landscape's more hidden beauties. The sand formations that appeared monotonous under the blazing sun now show complex patterns of shadow and reflection that create an ever-changing display of natural artistry, proving that the desert's appearance of emptiness masks incredible richness for those who learn to see beyond surface impressions. The evening meal in the Siege's common area provides opportunity to share the day's discoveries with other community members, creating the informal educational networks that ensure important knowledge spreads throughout the population rather than remaining the exclusive possession of specialists. The conversations around the meal table reveal how individual learning contributes to collective wisdom, how personal insights become community resources that benefit everyone while strengthening the social bonds that make cooperation possible under challenging conditions. Today you began to see the connections that bind all desert life together. The elder observes as the meal concludes and community members prepare for the evening's activities and rest. The water caches connect present needs to future resources, the weather patterns connect local conditions to planetary systems, and your growing understanding connects individual survival to community wisdom. These connections reveal the truth that separateness is illusion, while interdependence is reality. The elder's words resonate through your consciousness as you prepare for sleep, understanding beginning to dawn that your education in desert survival has actually been education in the fundamental principles that govern all existence, that the harsh conditions of Arrakis serve as a laboratory where universal truths reveal themselves to those who approach them with proper reverence and attention. The water-bearer's responsibilities that once seemed like simple physical tasks now appear as opportunities to participate in the sacred patterns that connect all conscious beings to the cosmic forces that shape reality itself. Your dreams that night are filled with visions of flowing water and shifting sand. Images that seem to come not from your own imagination, but from the collective unconscious of the Fremen people, ancestral memories that flow through the community like underground rivers of wisdom, connecting each individual to the accumulated knowledge and experience of countless generations who learned to thrive in harmony with the desert's harsh beauty and patient teachings. Tomorrow will bring new lessons and deeper understanding. But tonight you rest in the growing certainty that you have found not just a new way of life, but a new way of being, a transformation that affects not just what you do, but who you are at the most fundamental levels of identity and purpose, connecting you to mysteries that span the cosmos while grounding you in the immediate practical reality of survival and service in the deep desert of Arrakis. The moment arrives when you must choose between the easy path of surface understanding and the difficult journey of truly becoming one with the desert's eternal wisdom, knowing that this choice will define not just your role as a water-bearer, but your entire understanding of what it means to be alive in harmony with forces far greater than individual will. The pre-dawn darkness wraps around you like a protective cloak as you follow the ancient water-bearer through passages carved deep into the rock of the hidden Siege. Your bare feet have learned to find purchase on stone worn smooth by countless generations of Fremen, and the weight of the ceremonial water gourd against your hip feels both heavy with responsibility and light with purpose. The elder moves ahead of you with the fluid grace of someone who has walked these paths for 70 years, their blue within blue eyes seeming to glow with an inner light that reflects not just spice addiction but profound understanding of mysteries you're only beginning to glimpse. The water calls, the elder whispers, their voice carrying the soft authority of desert wind shaping sand dunes over millennia. But tonight you must choose whether you merely carry water or whether water carries you into the deeper currents that connect all life on Arrakis. The difference between these two paths is the difference between surviving in the desert and becoming part of its eternal song. Your heart pounds against your ribs as you descend deeper into the sacred chambers, passing alcoves where ancient water reclamation systems hum with quiet efficiency, their gentle sounds creating a rhythm like the breathing of the planet itself. The air grows cooler and more humid as you approach the deepest chambers, where the Siege's most precious water reserves are kept. But there's something else here, a presence that feels older than the Fremen, older than human settlement on Arrakis, something that speaks of the planet's own consciousness awakening to acknowledge your presence. The ceremonial chamber opens before you like a cathedral carved from living rock, its walls polished to a mirror smoothness that reflects the light of glow globes positioned to create patterns that seem to shift and dance with your breathing. At the center of the chamber sits a pool of water so pure it seems to glow with its own light, fed by springs that flow from deep within Arrakis itself. Around the pool, 7 other water-bearers sit in meditation, their faces peaceful with the kind of deep contentment that comes from knowing your place in the vast web of existence. Approach the sacred pool, the elder says, their words echoing softly in the chamber's perfect acoustics. But understand that water touched by ceremony is not the same as water taken for survival. This water remembers every person who has ever honored it, every life it has sustained, every tear of joy and sorrow it has carried back to the eternal cycle. When you drink not just moisture for your body, but memories that span the ages. As you kneel beside the pool, the water's surface reflects not just your face, but seems to shimmer with images of the vast desert above, endless dunes rolling toward horizons that stretch beyond imagination, ancient rock formations carved by winds that have blown since before human memory, hidden places where water seeps from stone to create gardens of life in the harsh beauty of the deep desert. You realize that this reflection isn't just showing you the desert as it is, but as it exists in the collective memory of all water-bearers who have knelt where you kneel now. The elder's hand rests gently on your shoulder, their touch carrying the warmth of someone who has guided many souls through this transformation. The Water of Life ceremony isn't just about the spice, young one. For water-bearers, there is another awakening, the moment when you understand that water is the first teacher, the original wisdom that flowed through the universe before stars learned to burn. Every drop you carry contains the memory of rain that fell on worlds whose names are forgotten, of oceans that covered planets now turned to dust, of the tears of joy shed by mothers watching their children discover the sacred springs. You cup your hands and lift the ceremonial water to your lips, feeling its coolness flow through you like liquid starlight. But this isn't the simple refreshment of ordinary water. As the liquid touches your tongue, your consciousness expands to encompass not just your own thirst, but the thirst of every living thing in the desert. You feel the desperate need of the tiny desert plants that store moisture in their tough leaves, the patient waiting of the great sandworms who know that water will come in its own time, the careful rationing of Fremen families who understand that waste means death, not just for themselves but for their children's children. The visions begin gently, like the first light of dawn creeping across the dunes. You see yourself not as you are now, nervous and uncertain, but as you could become Mina, a keeper of the most sacred trust, someone who understands that carrying water means carrying the hope and survival of your entire community. You see yourself moving through the siege with quiet confidence, distributing the daily water ration not as a chore but as a sacred act of communion, each portion measured not just for physical need but for the deeper understanding that sharing water means sharing life itself. The vision deepens, and you find yourself standing on a high dune at sunset, watching a line of water bearers walking toward a distant siege, their precious cargo protected by ceremonial wrappings that shimmer in the fading light. But these aren't just any water bearers, they're your spiritual ancestors, the first Fremen who chose to embrace the desert rather than flee from it, who discovered that scarcity teaches abundance in ways that plenty never could. You understand now that you're not just learning a job or even a calling, you're accepting initiation into an ancient lineage of wisdom keepers. Do you see? The elder's voice comes from both beside you and from within the vision itself. Water bearers don't just distribute moisture, we distribute understanding. Every person who receives water from your hands also receives the knowledge that they are valued, that their life matters enough for the community to share its most precious resource. We are the living proof that love isn't just a feeling but an action, repeated daily in the simple act of ensuring everyone has what they need to continue their own journey toward understanding. The sacred water continues to work its transformation, and you begin to perceive the vast network of connections that water creates throughout the desert ecosystem. You see how moisture from the deep springs feeds not just the Fremen settlements, but creates the hidden oases where desert creatures gather, how the morning dew that forms on cooling rocks provides just enough moisture for the hardy plants that in turn create shelter for small animals, how even the breathwater recycled through still suits becomes part of the great circulation that keeps the entire desert web of life functioning. But the most profound vision is yet to come. As your consciousness expands further, you begin to perceive the emotional currents that flow alongside the physical water, streams of gratitude from those who receive their daily ration, rivers of determination from water bearers who trek dangerous paths to reach isolated settlements, vast oceans of love from parents who give their children extra sips during the harshest heat of summer. You understand now that water bearers don't just carry liquid, they carry the emotional lifeblood of the entire Fremen community. The burden becomes lighter when you understand its true nature. The elder continues, their voice now seeming to come from the water itself. You thought you were learning to carry weight, but actually, you're learning to let the community's need carry you. The water doesn't make you heavy, it gives you purpose so clear and necessary that every step becomes effortless, because you're no longer walking for yourself alone, but for every person whose life depends on your faithfulness. As the ceremony reaches its climax, you experience the most sacred revelation of all. The water you're drinking isn't separate from your own body's moisture, it's part of the same eternal cycle that connects all water everywhere, from the hidden springs of Arrakis to the vast oceans of distant worlds, from the blood flowing through your veins to the tears of joy that fall during moments of profound recognition. You are not carrying water, you are water, temporarily organized into human form, destined to flow through countless transformations while always remaining essentially yourself. The other water bearers around the pool begin to hum, their voices creating harmonics that seem to resonate with the frequency of flowing water itself. The sound builds slowly, not to overwhelm, but to support your transformation, like the gentle current of a stream carrying you toward deeper understanding. You realize that this humming is itself a form of prayer, a way of acknowledging the sacred nature of the element they've devoted their lives to honoring and protecting. Your body begins to relax completely for the first time since arriving in the deep desert, as if every muscle and bone has finally understood that it's safe to let go of the tension that comes from trying to survive in a hostile environment. Because you now understand that the desert isn't hostile, it's simply powerful, like a great teacher who demands complete attention and respect but offers profound wisdom to those willing to learn its lessons. The elder's eyes reflect the glow of the sacred pool as they smile with the deep satisfaction of someone who has successfully guided another soul across the threshold of understanding. Now you know, they say gently, the water flows through you, but you also flow through the water. You are no longer separate from the desert's heart because you understand that your individual survival and the community's survival are the same thing. Welcome, true water bearer, to the sacred calling that will bring meaning to every day of your life. As the ceremony concludes and you rise from beside the pool, the weight of the water gourd at your hip feels completely different, not heavy with burden but substantial with purpose, like carrying a piece of the divine through the ordinary world. Your reflection in the still water shows the same face, but the eyes looking back at you now carry the depth of someone who has drunk from the well of ancient wisdom and found it sweet. The other water bearers embrace you one by one, their touch conveying not just welcome but recognition. They see in you the same transformation they underwent when they chose to dedicate their lives to serving something greater than personal ambition. You are no longer a newcomer learning foreign customs, but a member of an ancient fellowship united by understanding that the most precious things in life become more valuable when shared. The return journey through the sage passages feels like a procession of celebration, though the only sounds are the soft whisper of your footsteps and the gentle hum of the water reclamation systems that never cease their vital work. Every alcove you pass seems to glow with new meaning. Every carved symbol on the walls speaks of the generations of water bearers who have walked this path before you, carrying not just physical sustenance but spiritual understanding to their communities. As you emerge into the main living areas of the siege, the early morning activities of the Fremen take on a completely different significance. You see now that every action, the careful preparation of food, the maintenance of equipment, the teaching of children, is part of the same sacred commitment to preserving and nurturing life in the harsh beauty of the desert. You are not separate from this community life, but woven into its very fabric, your role as water bearer, making you a guardian of the foundation upon which all other activities depend. The spice harvesters need someone who truly understands the desert's gifts. The elder mentions as you prepare to leave the sacred chambers. Your understanding of water will help you comprehend the deeper mysteries of what the desert offers to those who approach with proper reverence. Tomorrow you will join them and discover that spice, like water, teaches its own form of wisdom to those ready to learn. 3 months after your initiation as a water bearer, you join a spice harvesting expedition deep into the desert, where you'll discover that the most valuable treasures of Arrakis aren't always the glittering melange that powers interstellar commerce, but the profound understanding that comes from working in harmony with the planet's ancient rhythms and recognizing that true wealth lies in wisdom rather than accumulation. The pre-dawn darkness still clings to the desert when you emerge from the sage with the harvesting crew, your water-bearer training having prepared you for the careful balance of moisture conservation and hard physical work that spice gathering demands. The experienced harvesters move around you with the quiet efficiency of people who have learned to read the desert's moods through years of patient observation, their every gesture speaking of deep respect for the forces they're about to engage with. Master Harvester Janus, whose weathered face tells stories of 40 years spent dancing with sandworms and spice blows, approaches with the measured steps of someone who has survived by never underestimating the desert's power. Young water-bearer, Jameis says, his voice carrying the gravelly authority of someone who has earned every word through experience. Today you learn that understanding water was only the first lesson. Spice teaches different wisdom, not the patience of conservation, but the courage of engagement, the ability to recognize opportunity while respecting the forces that make that opportunity possible. The desert gives its gifts freely, but only to those who understand the proper way to receive them. Your still suit feels different this morning. Not just protective gear, but ceremonial garments that mark you as someone preparing to participate in one of Arrakis's most sacred activities. The recycling systems hum against your skin with the familiar rhythm that has become as natural as your own heartbeat. But now you understand that these mechanisms represent more than survival technology. They're a physical expression of the Fremen philosophy that nothing should be wasted, that every resource must be honored and preserved for the continuation of life in the harsh beauty of the deep desert. The harvesting caravan moves across the sand with the fluid coordination of a well-rehearsed dance, each person knowing their role in the complex choreography that makes spice extraction both possible and safe. The massive harvesting equipment creates its own rhythm as it moves, a deep mechanical humming that seems to harmonize with the desert's natural frequencies rather than competing with them. You realize that the Fremen have developed their technology not to conquer the desert but to work with it, creating tools that enhance natural processes rather than disrupting them. As the twin suns of Arrakis begin to paint the eastern sky with shades of gold and amber, the landscape around you transforms from the mysterious shadowland of pre-dawn into the familiar beauty of rolling dunes that stretch toward horizons beyond imagining. But your water-bearer training has taught you to see details that escape casual observation, the way certain areas of sand shimmer differently, indicating underground moisture or mineral deposits, the subtle color variations that speak of different geological formations beneath the surface, the almost imperceptible tremors that indicate the movement of deep desert life. Watch the sand, Jameis instructs, his blue within blue eyes scanning the landscape with the intensity of someone reading a beloved book whose pages reveal new meanings with each reading. Spice doesn't hide from those who know how to look, but it also doesn't reveal itself to those who approach with greed rather than respect. The melange forms where the desert's deepest forces meet and dance together: geology, biology, chemistry, and something else that the off-worlders never understand because they think everything can be reduced to simple extraction and profit. The harvesting site reveals itself gradually as you approach, not through any obvious visual markers, but through the growing intensity of the spice scent in the air and the subtle changes in the sand's texture and color. Your trained senses, sharpened by months of learning to detect the slightest variations in the desert environment, pick up the telltale signs before your conscious mind fully processes them. The slightly different way the morning breeze moves across this particular area, the faint shimmer in the air that speaks of chemical processes occurring just beneath the surface, the way the sand seems to pulse with an almost organic rhythm. Here, Jameis announces, though to your untrained eyes this patch of desert looks identical to the hundreds of others you've crossed. The desert offers us a gift today, but remember, we don't take spice, we receive it. The difference between those two approaches determines whether you'll spend 40 years successfully harvesting or whether the desert will teach you the final lesson about respect through a much shorter and more dramatic education. The harvesting equipment deploys with practiced efficiency, but you notice that every action is accompanied by small rituals, brief touches to the sand before disturbing it, whispered words that sound like prayers or apologies, careful attention to the direction of the wind and the position of the suns. These aren't superstitions but practical acknowledgments of the complex forces at play during spice extraction, recognition that success depends on working with the desert's natural rhythms rather than imposing human will upon them. As the great harvesting apparatus begins its work, the sand responds like a living thing, revealing layers of geological history in the cross-sections exposed by the extraction process. You see strands of melange threading through the sand like veins of liquid gold, but also evidence of the vast ecosystem that creates and sustains the spice, traces of sandworm passages, mineral deposits that speak of ancient water flows, crystalline formations that catch and reflect the morning light in patterns that seem almost deliberately beautiful. The spice sings. One of the younger harvesters whispers to you as the melange-rich sand flows through the processing equipment. Listen carefully, and you'll hear it, not with your ears, but with something deeper. The spice carries voices from across the galaxy, dreams and visions from minds that have been touched by the melange's gift of expanded consciousness. We're not just harvesting a drug or a fuel, we're gathering pieces of the universe's ongoing conversation with itself. Your water-bearer sensitivity to the desert's subtle currents helps you perceive what the harvester means. The spice-thick air seems to carry more than just intoxicating chemicals. There's an almost musical quality to the atmosphere around the harvesting site, as if the melange itself is responding to being discovered and gathered. You begin to understand that spice isn't just a substance but a form of communication, a way that Arrakis shares its deepest wisdom with consciousnesses capable of receiving and integrating such profound gifts. The morning's work proceeds with the careful rhythm of people who understand that haste leads to waste, and waste leads to death in the deep desert. Each load of spice-rich sand is processed with meticulous attention to extracting every possible gram of melange, while leaving the surrounding ecosystem as undisturbed as possible. You watch the experienced harvesters work and realize they're performing a form of environmental meditation, staying constantly aware of their impact on the delicate balance that makes continued spice production possible. Young one, Jameis calls you over to examine a particularly rich vein of spice that gleams like captured starlight in the growing daylight. Place your hand on the sand here, but gently, as if you're greeting an old friend rather than claiming a prize. Tell me what you feel. Your palm touches the spice-laden sand, and immediately you understand what the harvester means about the spice singing. Through your skin, you feel vibrations that seem to carry information, not just about the geological processes that created this deposit, but about the vast network of connections that link all spice production across the planet. It's as if the melange itself is aware of being discovered and is sharing glimpses of the consciousness that permeates all life on Arrakis. The sensation deepens, and you begin to perceive something that makes your water-bearer training suddenly make perfect sense in a much larger context. The careful conservation of moisture that the Freemen practice isn't just about physical survival, it's about maintaining the precise environmental conditions that allow spice production to continue. Water and spice aren't separate resources but parts of a single integrated system that requires both abundance and scarcity in perfect balance. "Do you see the connection?" Jameis asks, his weathered face creasing into a smile of satisfaction as he watches understanding dawn in your expression. Water teaches patience and conservation, but spice teaches recognition and timing. Both lessons are necessary because the desert's greatest gifts come only to those who can wait when waiting is needed and act when action is called for. The spice doesn't flow according to human schedules, it flows according to the planet's own deep rhythms. As the morning progresses and the harvesting operation continues, you begin to notice the subtle signs that indicate the approach of the desert's most magnificent inhabitants. The sand begins to vibrate with a frequency that seems to resonate in your bones, and the experienced harvesters start glancing toward the horizon with expressions of anticipation rather than fear. The spice-thick air carries sounds that aren't quite audible but somehow register in your consciousness, the vast, slow breathing of something immense moving through the deep sand. "Shai Hulud comes," whispers one of the harvesters, their voice filled with the kind of awe reserved for encounters with the divine. The Maker approaches to reclaim what is his by right. Now you'll learn the most important lesson of spice harvesting, that we are guests in the realm of beings whose wisdom spans geological ages, and guests must always show proper respect to their hosts. The ground trembles more noticeably now, and you realize that your entire understanding of spice harvesting is about to be transformed by coming face to face with the force that makes it all possible. The sandworms aren't obstacles to overcome or dangers to avoid, but partners in an ancient dance of giving and receiving that has continued for millennia before human arrival on Arrakis and will continue for millennia after. The harvesting equipment continues its work, but now every movement seems choreographed not just for efficiency, but for beauty, as if the harvesters are performing a ceremony that honors both the gift of the spice and the approaching presence of its guardians. You watch the melange flow through the processing systems and understand that you're witnessing something far more significant than industrial extraction. This is a form of communion between human consciousness and the living intelligence of the desert planet itself. The vibrations in the sand grow stronger, creating patterns that ripple outward from some approaching source of immense power. But the harvesters don't scatter in panic. Instead, they work with increased focus and reverence, their movements taking on the quality of a ritual dance performed in honor of forces beyond human control, but not beyond human understanding. You realize that the approaching sandworm isn't a threat to be feared, but a teacher whose presence signals that the real education is about to begin. "Feel the rhythm," Jameis says, his hand resting on your shoulder as the ground pulses beneath your feet. The Makers don't move randomly through the sand. They follow currents of life and energy that connect every living thing on Arrakis. When Shai Hulud comes to a spice blow, it's not to attack the harvesters but to participate in the great circulation that keeps the desert's wisdom flowing throughout the galaxy. We harvest spice, but the spice also harvests us, transforming everyone it touches into something more than they were before. The spice-scented air grows thick with anticipation as the mechanical sounds of the harvesting operation blend with the deep, almost subsonic vibrations of something massive approaching through the sand. You understand now that everything you've learned as a water-bearer, the patience, the reverence for natural forces, the understanding that survival depends on cooperation rather than domination, has been preparing you for this moment when human wisdom meets the ancient intelligence that shaped Arrakis long before the first starship landed on its surface. Danger cliffhanger. As you work your first spice blow, the sand begins to vibrate with an intensity that makes the experienced harvesters go silent with anticipation rather than fear. The great harvesting equipment seems tiny against the vast desert as tremors announce the approach of something immense. "Shai Hulud comes," whispers your guide, their voice filled with awe rather than terror. The desert is about to teach you its most important lesson, that true wealth comes not from what you take, but from understanding your place in the eternal dance of giving and receiving that connects all consciousness across the vastness of space and time. Emotional hook. Fear and wonder mingle in your chest as you realize that harvesting spice means dancing with forces beyond human comprehension, and that the great sandworms of Arrakis aren't monsters to be feared, but ancient guardians whose wisdom spans geological ages, teachers who communicate through vibrations that resonate in the deepest chambers of your soul. The trembling in the sand grows stronger, creating ripples that flow outward like waves on a vast ocean of silicon and minerals, each pulse carrying information about the immense presence approaching from the deep desert. Your water-bearer training has taught you to read the subtle signs of the environment, but nothing could have prepared you for the sheer magnitude of the force that now announces itself through every grain of sand beneath your feet. The harvesting equipment continues its work, but the operators move with a different quality now. Not the efficiency of industrial extraction, but the reverence of participants in a sacred ceremony that has been performed for countless generations. Stay calm, Jameis murmurs, his weathered hand resting on your shoulder with the steady pressure of someone who has faced this moment hundreds of times before. Shai-Hulud doesn't come to destroy, but to reclaim and renew. What you're about to witness is the heart of the mystery that makes Arrakis more than just another desert planet. The makers are the living embodiment of the desert's will, and they've survived for millions of years by understanding truths that we're only beginning to glimpse. The spice-thick air seems to shimmer with more than just chemical intoxication as the great worm approaches. Colors become more vivid, sounds carry farther, and your consciousness expands to encompass not just your immediate surroundings but the vast network of life that pulses beneath the surface of the seemingly barren landscape. You realize that the spice itself is acting as a medium of communication, allowing you to perceive the approach of Shai-Hulud not just as a physical event but as a moment of contact between human consciousness and an intelligence that predates civilization itself. The sand erupts in a fountain of golden particles 30 meters away, and your first glimpse of a sandworm emerging from the deep desert stops your breath completely. Nothing in the stories and legends could have prepared you for the reality of seeing Shai-Hulud in the flesh, a creature so immense that it seems to curve the horizon around itself, its skin gleaming with the blue-black sheen of something that has never known the touch of moisture, segments that flex with the fluid power of muscles adapted to swimming through sand as easily as fish move through water. "Beautiful, isn't it?" whispers one of the younger harvesters, their voice filled with the kind of wonder that comes from recognizing something that transcends ordinary experience. The first time you see a maker, you understand why the Fremen say that Shai-Hulud is the desert dreaming of itself. Look at the way it moves, not like a predator hunting prey, but like a living meditation on the nature of existence itself. The sandworm's emergence creates its own weather system as tons of sand cascade from its rising form, creating dust clouds that catch and scatter the morning light in patterns that seem almost deliberately artistic. But what strikes you most profoundly is the absence of aggression in the creature's movements. Despite its enormous size and obvious power, the worm approaches the harvesting site with something that can only be described as curiosity, as if it's as interested in observing the human harvesters as they are in witnessing its presence. "Watch the rhythm of its movement," Jameis instructs, his voice carrying the tone of someone sharing sacred knowledge. Shai-Hulud doesn't thrash or attack, it flows. Every segment of its body is in perfect coordination with every other segment, creating a harmony of motion that mirrors the way spice flows through the desert ecosystem. The makers aren't separate from the spice, they are the spice, given form and consciousness through processes that took millions of years to develop. As the great worm settles into position near the harvesting site, you begin to understand what the experienced harvesters mean when they speak of the symbiotic relationship between human activity and sandworm behavior. The creature's presence doesn't shut down the harvesting operation. Instead, it transforms it into something that resembles a collaboration between species, as if the worm's approach is an invitation to participate in a dance that has been choreographed by the desert itself over countless centuries. The mechanical sounds of the harvesting equipment blend with the deep, almost musical tones that emanate from the sandworm's massive form. These aren't the aggressive roars of a predator, but something more like songs, complex vocalizations that seem to carry layers of meaning beyond what human ears can fully comprehend. Your spice-enhanced perception allows you to sense that these sounds are a form of communication, the worm's way of acknowledging the human presence and perhaps even expressing something like approval for the respectful manner in which the harvest is being conducted. The songs tell stories, explains one of the older harvesters, her blue within blue eyes reflecting decades of experience, listening to sandworm vocalizations. Each maker has its own voice, its own way of expressing the memories it carries from the deep desert. Some of the elders claim they can understand fragments of what the worms are saying, stories of the planet's history, memories of times when Arrakis was green and covered with oceans, prophecies of what the desert will become in ages yet to come. You find yourself drawn to move closer to the magnificent creature, your water-bearer instincts telling you that this is a moment of profound significance that requires your full attention and respect. As you approach, the sandworm's enormous head turns slightly in your direction, and for a heart-stopping moment, you find yourself looking directly into eyes that seem to contain the accumulated wisdom of geological ages. There's no hostility in that gaze, only a depth of understanding that makes you realize how much you still have to learn about the true nature of life on Arrakis. The worm's skin up close reveals itself to be far more complex than the simple segments visible from a distance. Intricate patterns of scarring and coloration tell the story of a lifetime spent navigating the deep desert, while specialized sensory organs pulse with a rhythm that matches the flow of spice through the surrounding sand. You realize that you're looking at a being that has evolved not just to survive in the desert environment, but to become an integral part of its ecosystem, a living embodiment of the planet's own consciousness. Touch the sand near its body, Jameis suggests, his voice filled with the reverence of someone introducing a student to a sacred mystery. But move slowly and keep your mind open to what you might receive. The makers communicate through vibrations that travel through the desert floor, and when you're this close, sometimes those vibrations carry more than just physical information. Your palm touches the warm sand near the sandworm's massive flank, and immediately you're overwhelmed by sensations that go far beyond normal tactile experience. Through the spice-enhanced connection, you feel the vast network of tunnels and passages that the worm has carved through the deep desert, pathways that connect hidden water sources and spice deposits across distances that span continents. But more than geography, you sense the emotional resonance of these travels, the patient contentment of a being that has found perfect harmony with its environment, the deep satisfaction that comes from fulfilling a role that serves the greater health of the entire planetary ecosystem. The revelation that follows transforms your understanding of everything you've learned about desert life. The sandworms aren't just the apex predators of the spice ecosystem, they're its gardeners, their movements through the deep sand creating the precise conditions necessary for melange production, their waste products enriching the soil in ways that support the entire food web that depends on spice-related nutrients. The harvesters aren't stealing from the worms, they're participating in a form of planetary metabolism, helping to distribute the gifts of the deep desert throughout the galaxy. Now you see, Jamie says, his weathered face creasing into a smile of deep satisfaction as he watches the understanding dawn in your expression. The off-worlders think spice is a resource to be extracted and consumed, but the truth is far more beautiful. Spice is the desert's way of sharing its consciousness with the wider universe, and the makers are the messengers who ensure that sharing continues across the ages. We don't harvest spice, we help it fulfill its destiny. The sandworm begins to sing again, its vocalizations creating harmonics that seem to resonate with the spice-laden air itself. The sound builds slowly, layer upon layer of meaning, combining to create something that transcends mere communication and becomes a form of artistic expression. You realize that you're listening to music that has been composed over millions of years of evolution, performed by a being whose very existence represents the ultimate achievement of planetary intelligence. The harvesting crew responds to the worm's song with their own vocalizations, not attempting to mimic the creature's complex tones, but offering their own human contribution to the collaborative symphony. Work songs that have been passed down through generations of Fremen harvesters blend with the sandworm's deeper music, creating a harmony that speaks of the successful integration of human activity into the desert's ancient rhythms. As the morning progresses and the spice harvest nears completion, you notice that the sandworm's presence has actually improved the efficiency of the operation. The creature's movements create vibrations that help separate the melange from ordinary sand, while its song seems to guide the harvesters toward the richest deposits with an accuracy that no human technology could match. You understand now that the most successful spice harvesting isn't accomplished despite the presence of sandworms, but because of their participation in the process. The great worm's eventual departure is as graceful as its arrival, a slow sinking back into the sand that leaves barely a ripple to mark where it disappeared. But the effects of its presence linger in the supercharged atmosphere around the harvesting site, in the increased potency of the spice that has been gathered under its watchful gaze, and in the profound sense of connection to forces far greater than individual human ambition that now flows through your consciousness like a river of liquid starlight. Action cliffhanger. Just as the massive sandworm emerges from the dunes, your guide does something that stops your heart. They begin to sing. The ancient Fremen calling song rises into the spice-scented air, and impossibly, the great worm slows its approach, as if listening to music it recognizes from dreams older than human memory. The creature's enormous head turns toward the sound, and in that moment, you realize that what you're witnessing isn't a confrontation between human and beast, but a reunion between consciousness and the living embodiment of planetary wisdom that has been waiting eons for someone to remember the proper way to greet the desert's most sacred teachers. Emotional hook. Wonder floods through you like desert sunlight as you witness the profound harmony that exists between the Fremen and the great forces of Arrakis, understanding that true mastery comes not from domination, but from recognizing your place in the eternal dance of life and death and transformation that connects all consciousness across the vastness of space and time. The ancient calling song continues to rise from your guide's throat, each note carefully modulated to resonate with frequencies that seem to awaken something deep within the sandworm's massive consciousness. The melody is unlike anything you've ever heard, not quite human music, yet carrying emotions and meanings that speak directly to the heart without need for translation. As the song weaves through the spice-thick air, you realize you're witnessing something far more significant than a simple harvesting technique. This is a form of communication that bridges the gap between species, a language that predates human civilization on Arrakis and yet feels as natural as breathing. The great worm's response to the calling song transforms your understanding of everything you thought you knew about the relationship between Fremen and sandworms. Instead of the aggressive charge that legends describe, Shai-Hulud settles into a gentle undulation that brings its massive head closer to the harvesting site, its movements creating patterns in the sand that seem almost like gestures of greeting. The creature's enormous eyes, each one larger than your entire body, focus on the singer with an intelligence that is unmistakably conscious, unmistakably aware, unmistakably capable of recognition and response. This is the true secret of spice harvesting, Jameis whispers, his voice filled with the awe of someone who has witnessed this communion countless times, yet never lost his wonder at its profound beauty. The calling song isn't a tool for controlling the makers, it's a form of introduction, a way of announcing our presence and our intentions to beings whose wisdom spans geological ages. When we sing to Shai-Hulud, we're not commanding but requesting, not taking but asking permission to participate in the great circulation that keeps the desert's gifts flowing throughout the galaxy. Your guide's song shifts into a different mode, the melody becoming more complex as additional harmonies weave themselves into the basic pattern. Other harvesters join in, their voices creating a choir that seems to resonate not just through the air but through the sand itself, as if the entire desert floor has become a vast musical instrument capable of transmitting emotions and intentions across distances that dwarf human comprehension. The sandworm responds by adding its own vocalizations to the mix by deep thrumming tones that seem to emerge from the very core of its being. The effect of this interspecies symphony on the spice harvesting operation is immediate and profound. The melange-rich sand seems to flow more freely through the processing equipment, as if the music has awakened properties in the spice that were dormant until properly activated by the right combination of human intention and sandworm approval. Colors become more vivid as the concentration of psychoactive compounds in the air increases, and your consciousness expands to encompass not just the immediate harvesting site, but the vast web of connections that link this moment to every other spice gathering that has ever taken place on Arrakis. Feel the harmony, one of the other harvesters says, her voice barely audible above the ongoing song, but somehow carrying perfectly to your ears through the spice-enhanced atmosphere. This is what the off-worlders never understand, that the desert's greatest gifts aren't taken by force but received through relationship. The spice flows when we remember that we're not separate from the ecosystem that produces it, but participants in a dance that began long before humans arrived on Arrakis and will continue long after our individual stories have ended. As the calling song reaches its crescendo, you experience a moment of expanded awareness that reveals the true scope of what you're witnessing. Through your spice-enhanced perception, you see the harvesting site not as an isolated industrial operation but as one note in a vast symphony of interaction between conscious beings and the living intelligence of the planet itself. Across the desert, other harvesting crews are engaged in similar acts of communion with their own sandworm partners, creating a network of harmonious exchange that spans continents. The sandworm's massive form begins to glow with a subtle inner light that seems to emanate from the spice compounds embedded in its skin. This isn't the harsh illumination of artificial lighting, but something far more organic, a bioluminescent response that speaks of the deep integration between the creature's biology and the psychoactive ecosystem it has evolved to serve. You realize that the makers aren't just consumers of spice, but living repositories of its accumulated wisdom, mobile libraries of consciousness that carry the memories and knowledge of the entire planet within their cellular structure. "Look at its eyes," James murmurs, his own gaze fixed on the sandworm's enormous optical organs with the intensity of someone reading a sacred text. "Do you see the patterns of light moving through them? Those aren't random neural firings. They're thoughts, memories, perhaps even dreams. The makers don't just move through the desert physically, they move through time itself, carrying forward the accumulated experiences of millions of years of planetary evolution." The patterns James refers to are indeed visible, complex cascades of bioluminescent activity that flow across the surface of the sandworm's eyes like aurora dancing across a night sky. But as your spice-enhanced awareness deepens, you begin to perceive that these light patterns aren't random but structured, carrying information in ways that human consciousness can just barely begin to comprehend. You're looking at a form of thinking that operates on timescales measured in centuries rather than seconds, processing experiences and memories that span the entire history of life on Arrakis. The calling song begins to wind down, its final notes carrying a sense of gratitude and farewell that seems to resonate through every grain of sand in the immediate area. The sandworm responds with its own concluding vocalizations, sounds that somehow manage to convey both acknowledgement of the human presence and benediction for the work being performed. As the music fades, the great creature begins its graceful return to the deep sand, but its departure feels more like a temporary withdrawal than a permanent goodbye. "The makers never truly leave us," explains one of the older harvesters, her voice carrying the wisdom of someone who has spent decades learning the subtle signs of sandworm behavior. Even when they disappear beneath the surface, they continue to move through the tunnel systems that connect all parts of the desert. Their presence influences the flow of spice for kilometers around each harvesting site, creating the precise conditions necessary for the formation of the richest deposits. We may only see them during the actual gathering, but their care for the ecosystem continues every moment of every day. As the harvesting operation enters its final phase, you notice that the spice gathered under the sandworm's direct supervision has qualities that distinguish it from ordinary melange. Colors are more intense, the psychoactive effects more profound, and there's an almost tangible sense of consciousness embedded in the substance itself, as if the spice has been imbued with fragments of the maker's own awareness through some process that transcends ordinary chemistry. This is why the finest spice can only be gathered in the presence of the makers, James explains as he examines a sample of the enhanced melange with the reverence of someone handling liquid starlight. The interaction between human consciousness, sandworm awareness, and the desert's own intelligence creates conditions that can't be replicated in any laboratory or industrial facility. The truly precious spice isn't just a chemical compound, it's a crystallized moment of interspecies communion, a physical record of the harmony that's possible when different forms of consciousness choose to work together rather than in opposition. The return journey to the Sietch proceeds in an atmosphere of quiet celebration, the harvesting crew moving with the satisfied rhythm of people who have successfully completed a sacred task. The containers of spice they carry represent more than just valuable trade goods. They're physical manifestations of the successful integration of human activity into Arrakis's planetary ecosystem, proof that it's possible for off-world consciousness to find its place within the desert's ancient wisdom. As the twin suns reach their zenith and the heat begins to build toward the scorching intensities of midday, you find yourself walking alongside Jameis in companionable silence, your consciousness still expanding from the morning's revelations about the true nature of spice harvesting. The landscape around you seems alive with new meaning, every dune shaped by currents you can now perceive, every change in the sand's color speaking of processes that connect the surface world to the deep mysteries that flow beneath. Today you learned the first great secret of the desert, Jameis says, as the familiar rock formations that mark the approach to your home siege appear on the horizon. Spice isn't just a resource to be extracted, it's a gift to be received, and gifts can only be properly received by those who understand the spirit in which they're offered. The makers don't guard the spice to keep it from us, but to ensure that it only reaches those who will honor both its power and its responsibility. The afternoon's heat creates shimmering mirages that seem to dance with meanings just beyond the edge of comprehension, and you realize that your perception of the desert has been permanently transformed by witnessing the harmony between human consciousness and the living intelligence of Shai Hulud. You are no longer just a newcomer learning survival techniques, but someone who has been initiated into mysteries that connect individual existence to the vast flow of consciousness that moves through all life in the galaxy. Peaceful resolution. The evening harvest celebration feels like a communion with the planet itself as the crew shares stories of the day's work under the light of Arrakis's twin moons. Your guide smiles with the deep satisfaction of someone who has successfully transmitted ancient wisdom to a new generation. Now you understand, they say, their voice carrying the warmth of desert wind singing through rock formations. We don't harvest spice, we participate in the desert's gift of sharing its dreams with the universe. The makers have accepted you as a true partner in this work, and that acceptance will guide you through every challenge the deep desert has yet to offer. Story thread. There are others who need to learn what you've discovered, Jameis mentions as the celebration winds down and the crew prepares for rest. The desert calls more students to its teachings, and those who have learned its first lessons must become guides for those who follow. Tomorrow begins your preparation for a different kind of responsibility, helping newcomers find their own path to understanding the profound wisdom that flows through every grain of sand on this blessed and terrible world. Emotional hook. 6 months into your desert education, you're chosen to guide newcomers through their first encounters with Arrakis, where you'll discover that the greatest wisdom comes not from what you know, but from helping others find their own connection to the desert's eternal teachings, and that every student you guide successfully toward understanding multiplies the light of consciousness rather than diminishing your own inner flame. The pre-dawn air carries the familiar scent of spice and cooling sand as you stand at the entrance to the siege, waiting for the arrival of the newest group of students who have requested initiation into the desert's mysteries. Your role as guide feels both natural and profound, a culmination of everything you've learned about water-bearing and spice harvesting, combined with the deeper understanding that true mastery reveals itself through the ability to help others discover their own path to wisdom. The ceremonial guide staff in your hand, carved from rock that has been shaped by centuries of desert wind, serves as both practical tool and symbol of the responsibility you now carry. Remember, says Elder Nibel, her ancient voice carrying the authority of someone who has guided for more than 70 years, teaching the desert's lessons isn't about transferring information from your mind to theirs. The desert itself is the teacher. You are simply helping them learn to listen to what it has always been trying to tell them. Your greatest success will come not from showing how much you know, but from creating space for their own understanding to bloom. The approaching caravan announces itself through the subtle changes in the morning air that your trained senses have learned to detect. The particular way sound carries across sand when a group of people and equipment moves through the desert. The almost imperceptible shift in atmospheric pressure that speaks of incoming activity. The faint chemical traces that indicate the presence of off-world technology and unfamiliar stillsuit systems. Your water-bearer training helps you assess the group's needs before they even arrive, while your spice harvesting experience lets you gauge their readiness for the deeper teachings that await those who prove worthy of advanced instruction. The first student to emerge from the transport crawler immediately captures your attention. A young woman whose movements carry the careful precision of someone who has spent years studying the theoretical aspects of desert survival, but has never actually tested her knowledge against the reality of Arrakis itself. Her still suit is perfectly maintained but unused, her equipment arranged with the mathematical precision of someone who trusts in checklists more than intuition, her eyes carrying the particular kind of anxiety that comes from knowing you're about to discover whether your preparations match the challenges ahead. Welcome to the deep desert, you say. your voice carrying the calm authority that has developed through months of learning to trust the wisdom that flows through you from sources deeper than individual knowledge. I'm honored to serve as your guide through the first stages of what may become a lifelong relationship with forces that will change not just what you know, but who you are. The desert doesn't teach through lectures or demonstrations. It teaches through experience, and experience requires both courage and patience. The group of 12 students represents the diversity of consciousness that Arrakis attracts from across the known galaxy. Traders seeking to understand the source of the spice that drives interstellar commerce, scholars researching the ecological mysteries that make the desert planet unique, spiritual seekers drawn by legends of transformative visions, and practical survivors who simply want to learn how to thrive in one of the galaxy's most challenging environments. Each brings their own expectations and fears, their own strengths and limitations, their own potential for the kind of understanding that transforms students into teachers. Your first lesson begins before we take a single step into the sand, you continue, drawing on the teaching methods that have been refined through generations of Fremen guides. Look around you and tell me what you see. But don't describe the obvious features. Tell me what the desert is feeling right now, what mood it's in, what it might be preparing to offer or withhold from those who walk upon its surface. The students' responses reveal the range of perceptual development you'll be working with. Some see only the physical landscape, rocks, sand, sky, heat, while others demonstrate the beginnings of the sensitivity that allows perception of the desert's more subtle qualities. One young man notices the way the morning breeze carries different scents from different directions, speaking of hidden water sources and spice deposits. Another student observes the patterns in the sand that indicate recent sandworm activity, showing that she's done her research and is beginning to apply theoretical knowledge to real-world observation. Good, you acknowledge, making sure each student feels recognized for their contribution while also gently noting areas where perception could be deepened. You're beginning to see that the desert isn't empty but full of information for those who learn to read its signs. Today we'll practice the most fundamental skill of desert survival, not the technical aspects of equipment and navigation, but the development of the awareness that lets you perceive what the environment is trying to tell you. The morning's instruction begins with basic movement techniques, how to walk on sand without creating vibrations that might attract unwanted attention, how to read the subtle changes in terrain that indicate stable versus unstable ground, how to use the desert's own features for navigation and shelter. But you weave into these practical lessons the deeper principles that transform mere survival skills into wisdom practices. Each step you take sends vibrations through the sand that travel for kilometers in every direction. You explain as the group practices the gliding walk that minimizes ground disturbance. But those vibrations don't just announce your presence, they also carry information about your intentions, your level of fear or confidence, your respect or disrespect for the forces you're moving among. The desert's inhabitants, from the smallest burrowing creatures to the great makers themselves, can read the messages your footsteps send. Learning to walk properly isn't just about avoiding detection, it's about learning to communicate appropriately with the consciousness that permeates all life on Arrakis. As the morning progresses and the students begin to relax into the rhythm of desert movement, you introduce them to the meditation practices that allow deeper perception of the environment's subtle qualities. Teaching them to sync their breathing with the natural rhythms of the desert wind, you watch as their awareness expands beyond the narrow focus of individual survival toward the broader understanding that recognizes their place within the vast web of relationships that connect all life in the harsh beauty of the deep desert. Feel the connection between your breath and the movement of air across the dunes. You guide them through the exercise that was taught to you during your own early training. The same atmosphere that sustains your life has been shaped by the exhalations of countless desert creatures, the chemical processes that create and transform spice, the vast respiratory system of the planet itself. When you breathe consciously, you participate in a conversation that includes every living thing on Arrakis. One student, the young woman who initially displayed such careful preparation, experiences a breakthrough moment that you recognize from your own journey toward understanding. Her breathing suddenly synchronizes with something larger than her individual rhythm, and her face reflects the wonder of someone discovering that the universe is far more alive and responsive than she had ever imagined. You see the moment when theoretical knowledge transforms into experiential wisdom, when information becomes understanding. "I can feel it," she whispers, her voice filled with the awe of someone making contact with mysteries that dwarf individual comprehension. The desert isn't just land covered with sand. It's like a vast mind thinking thoughts too big for human consciousness to hold all at once. And somehow, by breathing with it, I can sense tiny fragments of what it might be thinking about. That's exactly right. You confirm, remembering the profound satisfaction your own teachers expressed when you made similar discoveries. The desert's consciousness operates on scales that make human awareness seem like brief flickers of candlelight. But those flickers are part of the same flame that burns in the heart of the planet itself. Your individual understanding doesn't diminish the vastness, it adds to it, creating new connections and possibilities that didn't exist before your awareness joined the greater conversation. The midday heat provides an opportunity to teach the practical skills of heat management and still suit optimization, but you use these technical lessons as gateways to deeper understanding about the relationship between scarcity and abundance, between individual need and collective wisdom. Under the shade of a rock formation that provides natural shelter, the students learn to adjust their equipment, not just for physical comfort, but for the psychological state that makes extended desert travel possible. The still suit recycles your body's moisture with extraordinary efficiency, you explain, while helping students optimize their filtration systems. But the real conservation happens in your mind. When you truly understand that every drop of water represents life itself, waste becomes impossible, not because of external rules, but because of internal recognition. The greatest still suit in the galaxy can't save someone who doesn't understand the sacred nature of what they're trying to preserve. As afternoon deepens into the cooler hours that make extended travel comfortable, you lead the group to one of the teaching sites that have been used by Fremen guides for generations. A hidden valley where geological forces have created natural amphitheater acoustics, and where spice deposits close to the surface create ideal conditions for the consciousness-expanding experiences that mark successful initiation into desert wisdom. This place has been used for teaching for longer than written records extend. You tell the gathered students as they settle into positions that allow them to feel the subtle energies that permeate the site. Thousands of students have sat where you're sitting now, learning to perceive the connections that link individual consciousness to the vast intelligence that flows through all life on Arrakis. You're not just learning techniques, you're accepting invitation to join a conversation that spans geological time. The teaching session that follows draws on every aspect of your own education, the patient reverence of water-bearing, the dynamic harmony of spice harvesting, the deep trust in forces greater than individual will that make survival possible in the harsh beauty of the deep desert. You watch as each student finds their own entry point into the mysteries you're sharing, some through practical application, others through intellectual understanding, still others through the direct experiential contact that bypasses rational thought entirely. Teaching isn't about emptying your knowledge into empty vessels, you realize as you watch the diverse group of students, each finding their own path toward understanding. It's about creating conditions where their own inner wisdom can recognize itself, where the consciousness that brought them to Arrakis can connect with the consciousness that has been waiting here to welcome them home. Emotional cliffhanger. As the first day of instruction draws to a close, and you watch the students settling into their evening camp, with the careful attention of people learning to trust both themselves and their environment, one of them approaches with a question that stops your heart. Guide, I've been dreaming of this place since I was a child, seeing these exact rock formations in visions that felt more real than waking life. How is it possible that the desert called me here before I even knew such a place existed? The question opens doorways in your own understanding that you didn't know were there, making you realize that your role as guide has only just begun to reveal its true purpose and power. Emotional hook. Your role as a guide reveals that the desert's greatest lessons aren't about survival techniques, but about the transformation that occurs when someone truly opens their heart to the profound wisdom that flows through every grain of sand. And you discover that helping others find their path to understanding awakens depths of knowledge within yourself that you never suspected existed. The student's question about dreaming of Arrakis before ever setting foot on the planet lingers in your mind as you prepare the evening camp, its implications rippling through your consciousness like stones dropped into still water. Throughout your own journey from nervous newcomer to experienced guide, you've learned to recognize the signs that indicate when the desert itself has chosen someone for deeper initiation. But this is the first time you've encountered evidence that such selection might begin long before physical arrival on the planet. The revelation forces you to reconsider everything you thought you understood about the relationship between individual consciousness and the vast intelligence that permeates all life in the deep desert. Tell me more about these dreams. you say as you settle beside the student around the small heat-efficient fire that provides light without compromising night vision. The other students gather in the natural circle that desert camps create, their faces reflecting the mixture of curiosity and exhaustion that comes from a day spent pushing the boundaries of familiar experience. How long have you been having them, and what exactly do you see when the visions come? The young woman, you've learned her name is Chani, though she carries herself with a maturity that suggests depths of experience beyond her apparent years, closes her eyes and speaks with the careful precision of someone who has spent years trying to understand something that defies rational explanation. Since childhood, maybe since I was 5 or 6 years old, always the same sequence. I'm standing on a high dune at sunset, watching lines of people in still suits walking toward rock formations that look exactly like the ones we've been traveling through today. But in the dreams, I'm not watching as an outsider. I'm remembering as if I've walked those paths before, as if I'm coming home to a place I've never actually been. Her words create a profound silence around the fire as both you and the other students absorb the implications of what she's sharing. Your own training has included instruction in the rare phenomenon of prescient dreams and inherited memories, but encountering it directly in someone you're guiding feels like stepping across a threshold into mysteries that even experienced teachers approach with reverence and careful attention. The desert dreams through many minds, you say, drawing on teachings that were shared with you during your most advanced instruction. Some of the elders speak of consciousness that transcends individual lifetimes, awareness that flows through genetic memory and spice-enhanced perception to connect present experience with past and future knowledge. It's possible that your dreams weren't predictions but memories, glimpses of understanding that your deeper self has always carried, waiting for the right moment to surface. As you speak, you notice that several other students are nodding with recognition, their faces reflecting the dawning realization that their own attraction to Arrakis might have roots deeper than conscious decision-making. The firelight reveals expressions of wonder mixed with something approaching awe as they begin to consider the possibility that their presence in the deep desert represents the fulfillment of destinies that were set in motion long before their birth. This changes everything about how I understand my role as your guide, you continue, feeling your own awareness expanding to encompass new dimensions of responsibility and opportunity. If some of you carry inherited memories or prescient awareness, then my job isn't just to teach survival skills or even desert wisdom. It's to help you recover knowledge that's already part of your deeper nature, to create conditions where ancient understanding can surface and integrate with present experience. The teaching session that follows operates on multiple levels simultaneously as you weave together practical instruction in advanced desert techniques with exploration of the consciousness phenomena that several students are beginning to manifest. You demonstrate the subtle art of reading spice sign and sand patterns while also guiding meditation practices that allow access to memories that transcend individual experience. The combination creates a learning environment where external knowledge and internal revelation support and amplify each other. Watch how the sand flows around this partially buried rock, you instruct, using a stick to trace patterns that reveal the complex currents created by underground spice deposits. But also notice what feelings arise as you observe these patterns. Some of you may find that the formations trigger memories or insights that seem to come from knowledge you've never consciously acquired. Chani's response is immediate and profound. Her breathing deepens as she studies the sand patterns, and her eyes take on the distant focus that indicates consciousness accessing levels of awareness beyond ordinary perception. I know this pattern, she whispers, her voice carrying the certainty of someone recognizing something deeply familiar. In the dreams, I've seen formations like this marking the approaches to hidden water sources. But more than that, I remember the ceremony that's performed when a new water bearer is initiated at such sites. Her words trigger a cascade of recognition among the other students as they begin to access their own inherited or prescient awareness. One young man suddenly understands the proper rhythm for the walking meditation that synchronizes human movement with desert energy flows. Another student finds herself able to identify edible desert plants through knowledge that seems to arise from genetic memory rather than conscious learning. The teaching session transforms from instruction to facilitation as you help each person integrate the wisdom that's emerging from their own deeper nature. This is why the desert calls certain individuals to make the journey to Arrakis. You realize aloud, your own understanding deepening as you witness the phenomenon unfolding before you. It's not random attraction or idle curiosity enters the response to recognition that operates on levels deeper than conscious awareness. The planet itself identifies consciousness that carries the potential for advanced integration with its wisdom systems and creates the circumstances that draw such awareness home to where it can fully manifest. As the evening progresses, and the students continue to explore the knowledge that's surfacing from their deeper awareness, you find yourself accessing teaching abilities that you didn't know you possessed. The words that flow through you carry authority that transcends your personal experience, drawing on sources of wisdom that seem to connect your individual consciousness to the vast repository of understanding that has been accumulated by generations of desert teachers. Each of you carries within your cellular memory the accumulated experience of every ancestor who ever successfully adapted to harsh environments. You hear yourself saying, though the knowledge feels like it's coming through you rather than from you, the skills you're learning aren't new. They're remembrances of capabilities that your genetic inheritance has always contained, waiting for the right environmental triggers to activate them. The phenomenon intensifies as the night deepens, and the student's consciousness expands under the influence of trace spice compounds in the desert air combined with the altered states that arise from deep meditation practice. Visions begin to flow, not random hallucinations but structured experiences that carry practical information about advanced desert survival techniques, detailed knowledge of Arrakis's hidden geography, and profound insights into the philosophical frameworks that allow consciousness to integrate successfully with the planet's intelligence. I can see the underground river systems, one student reports, her voice carrying the wonder of someone accessing cosmic perspective for the first time. Miles and miles of interconnected waterways flowing beneath the sand, connecting every oasis and hidden spring across vast distances, and I understand now why the Fremen consider water sacred. It's not just a resource but a communication medium, carrying chemical and energetic information between different parts of the planetary ecosystem. Another student experiences visions of the great sandworms in their role as planetary gardeners, seeing how their movements through the deep sand create the precise geological conditions necessary for spice formation, while also maintaining the underground water systems that support all desert life. The revelation transforms his understanding of the makers from fearsome predators to conscious participants in a planetary maintenance system that operates on timescales measured in geological ages. The worms aren't separate from the spice ecosystem, he says, his voice filled with the awe of someone glimpsing truths that dwarf individual comprehension. They are the ecosystem, living embodiments of the planet's intelligence, mobile consciousness centers that monitor and adjust conditions across the entire surface of Arrakis. When we encounter Shai Hulud during spice harvesting, we're not just meeting powerful animals, we're making contact with aspects of the planetary mind itself. Your role as guide evolves throughout the night as you help each student integrate the visions and insights that are emerging from their expanded awareness. The technical skills of desert survival become frameworks for understanding much larger principles about the relationship between consciousness and environment, between individual awareness and collective intelligence, between human ambition and planetary wisdom. What you're experiencing tonight represents the true purpose of desert initiation. You explain as dawn approaches and the visions begin to stabilize into integrated understanding. The practical skills are important, but they're really just preparation for the consciousness transformation that allows human awareness to function as part of Arrakis's larger intelligence system. You're not just learning to survive in the desert, you're learning to think like the desert, to perceive with its awareness, to participate consciously in the vast web of relationships that connect all life on this planet. As the first light of dawn begins to paint the eastern horizon with shades of gold and amber, you realize that your own transformation is far from complete. Guiding others through their initial contact with desert wisdom has awakened levels of understanding within yourself that you're only beginning to explore. The student has become teacher, but the teacher continues to be student, each role supporting and deepening the other in an ongoing dance of mutual discovery. The morning preparation proceeds with a different quality than the previous day, as students who have accessed inherited memories work alongside those whose understanding comes through more traditional learning pathways. Both approaches prove valuable, creating a rich learning environment where different types of knowledge complement and enhance each other. Relationship cliffhanger. Just as you're beginning to understand the deeper implications of guiding students who carry inherited desert memories, Chani approaches with a revelation that stops your breath. Guide, in my deepest vision last night I saw you, not as you are now but as you will become. The desert showed me that your role as teacher is preparing you for something far greater than either of us currently understands. There's a gathering coming, a convergence of consciousness that will require guides who can bridge different levels of awareness. Are you ready to discover what the desert has been preparing you for all along? Emotional hook. A crisis tests your ability to help others when a severe sandstorm threatens your group, forcing you to use everything you've learned about desert survival while helping newcomers find the courage and wisdom to face their deepest fears. And you discover that true leadership means becoming a conduit for the desert's own protective intelligence. The morning air carries subtle signs that your trained senses recognize immediately, a particular quality of stillness that speaks of atmospheric pressure changes, the faint scent of ozone that indicates electrical activity building in the upper atmosphere, the way sound seems to travel differently across the sand when major weather systems begin to form beyond the horizon. Your water-bearer training alerts you to the approaching storm hours before visual confirmation, while your spice harvesting experience helps you assess the severity and likely duration of what promises to be one of the most challenging tests your students will face. Storm coming, you announce to the group as they complete their morning preparations, your voice carrying the calm authority that has developed through months of learning to trust the wisdom that flows through you from sources deeper than individual knowledge. Not the gentle morning breezes we've been traveling with, but a major atmospheric disturbance that will test everything you've learned about desert survival. This is your opportunity to discover whether your understanding has become deep enough to support you through genuine challenges. The students' reactions reveal the range of readiness and maturity within the group. Some respond with the focused attention of people who understand that their lives may depend on how well they apply their training, while others display the kind of anxiety that can become dangerous in emergency situations. Chani, whose prescient abilities have been developing rapidly since the previous night's visions, closes her eyes and extends her awareness toward the approaching disturbance with the concentration of someone accessing inherited knowledge about desert weather patterns. I can feel it, she says, her voice carrying the certainty that comes from tapping into genetic memories of countless ancestors who survived similar storms through patient application of hard-won wisdom. Not just wind and sand, but something more complex, electrical activity that will affect consciousness as well as physical conditions. The storm carries spice compounds that will intensify awareness while also creating disorientation. We'll need to prepare not just our bodies but our minds for what's coming. Your role as guide transforms as you shift from teacher to crisis coordinator, drawing on every aspect of your desert education to create the conditions that will allow the entire group to survive the approaching challenge. The practical skills of emergency shelter construction combine with the deeper wisdom of group consciousness coordination as you help the students understand that their individual survival depends entirely on their ability to function as a unified response system. In ordinary weather, you can afford to maintain some separation between your awareness and the desert's intelligence. You explain as the group begins the rapid preparation sequence that storm survival requires. But when Arrakis shows its full power, that separation becomes fatal. You must learn to think with the desert's mind, to perceive through its senses, to respond with its wisdom rather than relying solely on human judgment. The storm isn't attacking you, it's testing whether you've developed the consciousness integration necessary for advanced desert partnership. The shelter construction proceeds with the practiced efficiency that comes from intensive training, but you weave spiritual preparation into the technical work as students learn to synchronize their efforts with the natural rhythms that will help them endure the coming ordeal. Each action, from the proper anchoring of wind barriers to the optimization of air filtration systems, becomes a meditation practice that deepens their connection to the protective intelligence that flows through all successful desert adaptation. Feel the storm's approach through the sand beneath your feet. You guide them through the awareness exercises that will be crucial for maintaining orientation when visibility drops to zero and normal navigation becomes impossible. The electrical activity creates vibrations that travel through the planet's crust, carrying information about wind direction, intensity patterns, and duration estimates. Your still-suit sensors can detect these signals, but only if your consciousness is calm enough to interpret what the equipment is telling you. As the first gusts of wind begin to stir the sand into preliminary dancing patterns, you notice that several students are beginning to access the inherited memories that have been surfacing since their arrival in the deep desert. Their movements take on the fluid efficiency of people whose bodies remember survival techniques that their conscious minds never learned, while their awareness expands to encompass the broader environmental patterns that will determine life or death over the next several hours. The storm's arrival announces itself through a wall of sand and wind that transforms the familiar desert landscape into an alien environment where survival depends entirely on trusting senses and knowledge that transcend ordinary human perception. Visibility drops to arm's length within minutes as the group huddles in the emergency shelter that has become their entire world, the howling wind creating a constant audio environment that threatens to overwhelm consciousness with its sheer intensity. This is when desert wisdom proves its value, you say, your voice somehow carrying clearly through the storm's chaos as you help the students apply the meditation techniques that will prevent panic and maintain group cohesion. The noise isn't random. It carries patterns that indicate wind direction and intensity changes. The sand particles aren't just obstacles, they're information carriers that reveal air pressure fluctuations and temperature variations. Your job isn't to fight the storm, but to read it, to understand what it's teaching about the planet's natural cycles. The hours that follow test every aspect of the students' training as they learn to function in conditions that reduce the world to the immediate space of the shelter while requiring awareness that encompasses forces operating on planetary scales. The spice compounds carried by the storm wind create altered states of consciousness that can either enhance perception or cause dangerous disorientation depending on how skillfully the students apply the mental disciplines they've been learning. I can see the storm structure, one student reports, his voice filled with the wonder of someone accessing cosmic perspective under the most challenging conditions. It's not just chaotic wind, it's a vast spiral of energy that's connected to the planet's atmospheric circulation systems, and somehow by staying calm and centered I can feel where we are within that spiral, how long it will take to pass, what the weather will be like when it's over. Chani's prescient abilities prove invaluable as she guides the group through the storm's most dangerous phases, her inherited memories providing crucial information about the electrical phenomena that accompany major sandstorms and can prove fatal to those who don't understand proper protective protocols. Her guidance helps prevent several potentially catastrophic mistakes while teaching the other students to recognize and respond to the subtle signs that indicate changing conditions within the storm system. The lightning isn't like off-world electrical activity, she explains, as strange forms of static discharge create ethereal light patterns within the swirling sand. It carries spice compounds that can cause consciousness expansion, but also temporary disorientation if you're not prepared for the experience. Breathe shallowly and maintain your meditation focus. Let the enhanced awareness flow through you without trying to control or direct it. Your role as guide deepens throughout the storm as you help each student find their own way of accessing the expanded consciousness that makes survival possible under such extreme conditions. Some discover that their water-bearer training has prepared them to perceive the moisture patterns that indicate safe directions for emergency movement, while others find that their understanding of spice phenomena allows them to interpret the chemical information carried by the storm winds. This is why the desert tests those who would become its partners. You realize as you watch the students successfully applying wisdom that transcends their individual training, not to cause suffering, but to create conditions where consciousness must expand beyond ordinary human limitations. The storm forces you to think like the planet itself, to perceive with its awareness, to respond with its accumulated wisdom, rather than relying on individual knowledge alone. As the storm's intensity reaches its peak, and then gradually begins to diminish, the students' confidence grows as they realize they're not just surviving, but learning to thrive under conditions that would have terrified them days earlier. The shared experience of weathering the crisis together creates bonds of trust and mutual support that transform the group from individual learners into a cohesive consciousness unit capable of functioning as extensions of the desert's own intelligence. Look around you, you say, as the winds finally calm enough to allow expansion beyond the shelter's cramped confines. The landscape has been completely transformed, dunes moved, rock formations revealed, new spice deposits exposed by the storm's scouring action. But you've been transformed too. You've learned to function as part of Arrakis's awareness system, to think with its mind, to respond with its wisdom. You're no longer outsiders trying to survive in a hostile environment. You're participants in the planet's ongoing conversation with consciousness. The post-storm assessment reveals that every student has not only survived but grown through the experience, their abilities enhanced by the necessity of accessing resources within themselves that they didn't know existed. Equipment that seemed crucial before the storm now feels optional, while awareness capabilities that seemed impossible at the beginning of their training have become natural and reliable. The storm was a gift. One student observes as the group prepares to continue their journey through a desert landscape that has been renewed and rearranged by the passage of planetary forces. Not a comfortable gift, but the kind that forces growth by creating conditions where evolution becomes the only alternative to failure. I understand now why the desert chooses its partners so carefully. It needs consciousness that can expand to match its own scope and intensity. The journey toward the advanced teaching sites proceeds with a different quality, as students who have successfully integrated with the desert's intelligence during crisis conditions now carry themselves with the confidence of people who have discovered resources within themselves that transcend ordinary human limitations. Your role as guide evolves to match their expanded capabilities, becoming less about basic instruction and more about facilitating their exploration of advanced consciousness phenomena. Escalating tension. Just as the group begins to relax after successfully weathering the storm, your enhanced awareness detects something that makes your blood run cold. The distinctive vibration pattern that indicates the approach of multiple sandworms drawn by the electrical disturbances and spice liberation caused by the storm's passage. But these aren't the single makers that harvesters work with. This is a convergence, a gathering of ancient intelligence that occurs perhaps once in a generation, and your students are about to become witnesses to mysteries that even experienced desert dwellers rarely encounter. Action. Cliffhanger. As you prepare to guide your students through what may be the most significant learning experience of their lives, Chanti's prescient awareness suddenly expands to encompass something that leaves her speechless with awe. Guide, the convergence. It's not accidental. The storm, our presence here, the gathering of the makers, it's all part of something that's been planned on timescales that dwarf human comprehension. We're about to witness the desert itself awakening to a new level of consciousness, and somehow, our small group has been chosen to serve as the first human witnesses to a transformation that will change the relationship between consciousness and planet forever. Emotional hook. Working with students from across the known universe, you achieve the recognition of the Fremen elders as a true desert guide, someone who can help others find not just survival but transformation in the endless wisdom of the sands. And you discover that mastery isn't an endpoint but a beginning, the moment when you become worthy of receiving the desert's deepest secrets. The convergence of sandworms creates a phenomenon that transforms the familiar desert landscape into something that seems to belong more to legend than reality. 7 of the great makers emerge from the deep sand in a carefully orchestrated pattern that speaks of intelligence operating on scales that dwarf human comprehension, their massive forms creating their own weather system as tons of displaced sand create clouds that filter the morning sunlight into ethereal patterns of gold and amber. The sight would be terrifying to ordinary consciousness, but your students, transformed by their successful navigation of the storm, respond with the awe and reverence appropriate to witnessing a manifestation of planetary intelligence. This is the great teaching, you say, your voice carrying the authority of someone who has become a conduit for wisdom that transcends individual knowledge. What you're seeing has been witnessed by perhaps a dozen human beings in the entire history of settlement on Arrakis. The makers don't gather by accident. They converge when the planet itself needs to communicate something of vital importance to consciousness capable of receiving and integrating such profound revelation. The sandworm's synchronized movements create patterns in the sand that reveal the hidden geometry underlying all life on Arrakis, complex mandala formations that seem to pulse with their own inner light as spice compounds liberated by the creature's passage interact with the electrical charge still lingering in the atmosphere from the recent storm. Your students watch in silent fascination as the great makers begin what can only be described as a dance, their massive forms moving through sequences that clearly carry meaning beyond mere physical choreography. They're showing us the circulation patterns, Chani whispers, her prescient awareness allowing her to interpret aspects of the display that remain mysterious to ordinary perception. Not just the movement of sand and spice, but the flow of consciousness itself through the planetary system. Look at how their movements mirror the underground water currents, the atmospheric circulation patterns, even the orbital mechanics of the moons. They're demonstrating the unified field that connects all phenomena on Arrakis. Your role as guide reaches its culmination as you help the students understand that they're not just observing, but participating in a cosmic moment that will influence their consciousness for the rest of their lives. The practical skills they've learned, water conservation, spice awareness, weather prediction, emergency survival, reveal themselves as fragments of a much larger understanding about the relationship between individual awareness and the vast intelligence that permeates all existence. Each technique you've mastered is actually a form of communion with the planetary consciousness. You realize as your own understanding expands to encompass the full significance of what you've been teaching. Water bearing isn't just about resource distribution, it's about participating in the circulation systems that connect all life. Spice harvesting isn't just about gathering valuable compounds, it's about facilitating the planet's sharing of its consciousness with the wider galaxy. Desert survival isn't just about staying alive, it's about learning to think and perceive with the awareness of the world itself. The sandworm's dance reaches a crescendo as the seven makers arrange themselves in a perfect spiral pattern that mirrors the mathematical relationships underlying the formation of galaxies, weather systems, and the double helix structure of genetic material. The geometric precision of their positioning creates resonance effects that amplify the consciousness-expanding properties of the spice-laden atmosphere, allowing the students to perceive directly the unified field that connects all phenomena in the universe. "I can see it," one student says, her voice filled with the wonder of someone glimpsing the fundamental nature of reality itself. Everything is connected, not just metaphorically, but through actual energy flows and information exchanges that operate on levels we never imagined. The desert isn't separate from the galaxy. It's a node in a vast network of conscious communication that spans interstellar distances. The revelation that follows transforms your understanding of your role as guide from teacher of survival skills to facilitator of cosmic consciousness integration. The students aren't just learning to live on Arrakis, they're being initiated into awareness that will allow them to function as conscious participants in the ongoing evolution of intelligence throughout the known universe. The desert has been preparing them to serve as bridges between different levels of awareness, translators capable of helping consciousness expand beyond the limitations of individual perspective. This is why the desert calls certain people home. You understand with sudden clarity that feels like awakening from a dream you didn't know you were having. Not to create more Frenian, but to develop consciousness capable of serving the larger purposes that connect planetary intelligence to galactic evolution. Each person who achieves true integration with desert wisdom becomes a seed of expanded awareness that can germinate in environments across the galaxy. The sandworm ceremony concludes with a harmonization sequence that seems to tune the very atoms of the surrounding atmosphere to frequencies that promote optimal consciousness function. The great makers sink back into the deep sand with the same synchronization they displayed during emergence, leaving behind only the geometric patterns in the sand and the transformed awareness in everyone who witnessed their teaching. As the extraordinary moment passes and ordinary reality reasserts itself, you realize that your journey from nervous newcomer to master guide has reached a completion that is also a beginning. The recognition of the Fremen elders when it comes feels less like an achievement than an acknowledgement of readiness for responsibilities that dwarf everything you've experienced so far. You have learned the desert's 3 great lessons, Elder Knive says when the group returns to the main sietch and your teaching abilities are formally evaluated. Water taught you patience and reverence for the sacred nature of life itself. Spice taught you recognition and timing, the ability to perceive opportunity while respecting the forces that make opportunity possible. The makers taught you integration, the understanding that individual consciousness and planetary intelligence are not separate but different aspects of the same unified awareness. The ceremony that follows acknowledges not just your technical competence but your transformation into someone capable of serving as a bridge between human consciousness and the vast intelligence that flows through all life on Arrakis. The formal recognition as a master guide carries with it responsibilities that extend far beyond the training of individual students to encompass the preservation and transmission of wisdom that connects terrestrial awareness to cosmic consciousness. Your students will go forth to worlds throughout the galaxy, the elder continues, her ancient voice carrying the authority of someone who has watched the effects of desert initiation ripple across interstellar civilization for more than a century. Some will become traders who understand that true wealth lies in the circulation of consciousness rather than the accumulation of material resources. Others will become scholars who can perceive the connections that link different forms of intelligence across vast distances. Still others will become spiritual teachers who can help consciousness expand beyond the limitations of individual perspective. The feast that celebrates your elevation to Master Guide status becomes an opportunity to reflect on the transformation that has occurred, not just in your own awareness but in your understanding of the purpose that drew you to Arrakis in the first place. What began as a quest for survival skills has become initiation into mysteries that connect individual existence to the ongoing evolution of consciousness throughout the galaxy. Each person you guide successfully through the desert's teachings, Elder Naib explains as the celebration continues into the night, becomes a living seed of expanded awareness that can germinate in environments you'll never see. The wisdom of Arrakis travels through human consciousness to worlds where desert conditions don't exist, but where the principles of integration and harmony can still transform the relationship between individuals and their environments. Your conversation with Chani, as the evening winds down, reveals the true scope of what you've both experienced during the convergence of the Makers. Her prescient abilities have stabilized into reliable awareness that allows her to perceive not just individual futures, but the larger patterns that connect personal destiny to cosmic evolution. The desert showed me that your work as a guide is just beginning, she says, her voice carrying the certainty that comes from accessing inherited memories that span multiple lifetimes. There are gatherings coming, convergences of consciousness that will require teachers who can facilitate integration between different levels of awareness. The skills you've developed here will be needed on worlds you've never heard of, to help forms of consciousness you can't currently imagine discover their own path to the understanding that connects individual existence to universal intelligence. The night deepens around the celebration as you contemplate the responsibilities that come with mastery, not just the technical ability to keep people alive in harsh conditions, but the deeper capacity to help consciousness recognize its connection to the vast web of intelligence that permeates all existence. Your journey from water-bearer to spice harvester to master guide has prepared you for purposes that extend far beyond the boundaries of Arrakis itself. Achievement cliffhanger. As the recognition ceremony concludes and you stand under the vast canopy of stars that wheel overhead like a reminder of the cosmic scope of the consciousness evolution you've been privileged to facilitate, Elder Naib approaches with a revelation that opens entirely new chapters in your understanding. Master Guide, your work on Arrakis has prepared you well, but the desert's deepest secrets remain hidden even from most of the freemen themselves. There is an ancient chamber beneath our deepest siege, a place where the original consciousness that shaped this planet still communicates with those ready to receive its ultimate teachings. Are you prepared to discover what lies beyond mastery, the final integration that transforms individual awareness into a permanent bridge between human consciousness and the living intelligence of the universe itself? Emotional hook. A year after beginning your desert education, you're offered the ultimate honor when the Fremen elders invite you to participate in the Water of Life ceremony, where you'll experience the ancestral memories that connect all desert dwellers across the vast sweep of time, and discover that individual consciousness is just one note in an eternal symphony of awareness that spans geological ages. The deepest chambers of the ancient Siach lie far beneath the familiar passages where daily life unfolds, reached through corridors that descend into the living rock of Arrakis itself. Your footsteps echo softly in spaces that predate not just human settlement, but the formation of the current desert ecosystem, carved by forces that operated when the planet's surface bore little resemblance to the sand-swept landscape that has become home to your transformed consciousness. Elder Naib moves ahead of you with the reverent pace of someone approaching the most sacred space in Fremen culture, her ancient form seeming to glow with anticipation of the mysteries you're about to encounter. What you've learned as water-bearer, spice harvester, and master guide, she says, her voice carrying the weight of wisdom accumulated across more than a century of desert life, has prepared your consciousness to receive the deepest teaching that Arrakis offers to human awareness. The Water of Life ceremony isn't just about expanding individual perception, it's about joining the eternal conversation between consciousness and the living intelligence that has shaped this world across millions of years. The ceremonial chamber that opens before you defies every expectation built from a year of desert experience. Instead of the austere functionality that characterizes most Fremen spaces, this vast cavern displays evidence of artistic vision that spans geological time. Walls carved with intricate patterns that seem to shift and flow in the light of ancient glow globes, ceiling formations that mirror the spiral mathematics of galaxy formation, floor mosaics that depict the complete ecological history of Arrakis from its oceanic origins through its transformation into the desert planet that nurtures the universe's most precious consciousness-expanding resource. This chamber was here when the first human settlers arrived. Elder Naib explains as you absorb the overwhelming beauty and significance of the space. But the carvings, the patterns, the artistic vision that emerged through collaboration between human consciousness and the planetary intelligence that had been waiting eons for minds capable of receiving and expressing its accumulated wisdom. What you see is the physical manifestation of successful integration between terrestrial awareness and cosmic consciousness. At the center of the chamber, a pool of water, so pure it seems to exist in a different dimension, reflects not just the carved ceiling, but patterns of light that appear to move independently of any external source. This isn't ordinary water, but something far more profound, liquid that has been transformed by contact with the spice-saturated consciousness of countless generations of Fremen masters, each ceremony adding layers of memory and understanding that create a living repository of accumulated wisdom. The water of life contains more than just the concentrated essence of melange. The elder continues as you approach the sacred pool with steps that feel like walking through liquid starlight. It carries the memories of everyone who has ever successfully integrated with the desert's consciousness, not just their individual experiences, but their understanding of the connections that link personal awareness to the vast intelligence that flows through all existence. When you drink, you don't just expand your own consciousness, you join the eternal community of awareness that spans the entire history of conscious life on Arrakis. 7 other master guides surround the pool in deep meditation, their faces reflecting the profound peace that comes from knowing your place in the vast web of relationships that connect individual existence to cosmic intelligence. These aren't just fellow freemen, but representatives of the expanded consciousness that successful desert initiation creates. Human awareness that has learned to think with the mind of the planet itself, to perceive with its accumulated wisdom, to respond with its understanding of the connections that link all phenomena in the universe. Approach the sacred water, Elder Naib instructs, her words carrying the formal authority of someone conducting a ritual that has been performed for countless generations. But understand that what you're about to experience transcends ordinary consciousness expansion. The water of life doesn't just show you visions of the past. It allows you to participate directly in the memories of every master who has come before you, to experience their understanding as if it were your own, to integrate their wisdom into your own expanding awareness. As you kneel beside the pool, the water's surface reflects not just your face, but seems to shimmer with images that span the entire history of Arrakis. Ancient seas that covered the planet's surface before the great environmental transformation, the first emergence of the organisms that would eventually evolve into the sandworms, the arrival of human consciousness capable of recognizing and integrating with the planetary intelligence that had been developing for millions of years. The ceremonial cup passes through your hands like a piece of crystallized starlight, its surface warm with the accumulated touch of countless predecessors who have used it to access the deepest mysteries of desert consciousness. The water it contains glows with its own inner light, and as you lift it toward your lips, your awareness expands to encompass not just the immediate ceremony, but the vast network of similar moments that stretch back through time to the very origins of human settlement on Arrakis. The first taste of the water of life creates changes in consciousness that transcend anything you experienced during your earlier desert education. Instead of the gradual expansion that characterized your previous encounters with spice-enhanced awareness, this transformation occurs with the sudden completeness of awakening from a dream you didn't know you were having. Your individual perspective doesn't disappear, but becomes one instrument in a vast orchestra of consciousness that includes every master who has ever successfully integrated with the desert's intelligence. I remember, you hear yourself saying, though the memories flooding through your awareness belong to lives you never lived in, bodies you never inhabited, the first water-bearer who discovered the deep springs that still feed our most sacred sites, the spice harvester who learned to communicate with the makers through songs that carry meaning across species boundaries, the master guide who developed the teaching methods that have prepared consciousness for integration across dozens of generations. The visions that follow aren't linear experiences, but simultaneous access to multiple streams of memory that flow together like tributaries, feeding a vast river of accumulated understanding. You experience the fears and triumphs of the first Fremen who chose to embrace the desert rather than fight against it, feeling their gradual discovery that scarcity teaches abundance in ways that plenty never could. You witness the development of the water conservation techniques that became not just survival strategies but spiritual practices, each drop preserved with the reverence due to liquid life itself. Through the memories of ancient spice harvesters, you understand the evolution of the relationship between human consciousness and the great sandworms, from initial terror through gradual recognition to the eventual development of the communication protocols that transform harvesting from extraction to collaboration. You see how generations of patient observation revealed the makers' role as planetary gardeners, their movements through the deep sand creating the precise conditions necessary for optimal spice production while maintaining the underground water systems that support all desert life. The integration runs deeper than individual memory. You realize as your consciousness expands to encompass not just human experience but fragments of awareness that seem to originate from the planet itself. The water of life doesn't just connect us to our predecessors, it allows access to the accumulated wisdom of Arrakis itself, the intelligence that has been observing and learning from its interaction with human consciousness since the first settlers arrived. The planetary memories that surface through the ceremony reveal the true scope of the transformation that has occurred through the integration of human and desert consciousness. You see how the arrival of thinking beings capable of recognizing and responding to the planet's intelligence created new possibilities for both human and planetary evolution, each species learning from the other in ways that enhance the capabilities of both. Through the memories of the planet itself, you experience the slow development of the spice ecosystem from its origins in the interaction between primitive organisms and unique geological conditions to its current status as a consciousness-expanding resource that connects individual awareness to cosmic intelligence. You understand how the presence of human consciousness capable of recognizing and integrating with planetary intelligence has accelerated the evolution of both species in directions that neither could have achieved alone. The partnership between human awareness and planetary intelligence, you realize with understanding that feels like coming home to a truth you've always known, has created something new in the galaxy, a form of consciousness that transcends the limitations of both individual and planetary awareness, while incorporating the strengths of both. The Fremen aren't just desert dwellers, they're the first successful example of interspecies consciousness integration, pioneers in a form of evolution that connects terrestrial intelligence to cosmic awareness. The memories continue to flow as you experience the gradual development of the teaching methods that have prepared consciousness for integration across countless generations. You understand how each role, water bearer, spice harvester, master guide, represents a different aspect of the consciousness transformation that prepares human awareness for successful partnership with planetary intelligence, each stage building capabilities that will prove essential for the ultimate integration that transcends individual perspective entirely. Through the accumulated wisdom of masters who achieved complete integration with desert consciousness, you begin to perceive the vast network of connections that link Arrakis to similar experiments in consciousness evolution occurring throughout the galaxy. The spice that flows from the desert planet to worlds across the known universe carries more than just psychoactive compounds. It contains fragments of the integrated consciousness that has developed through successful partnership between human and planetary intelligence. This is why the spice must flow, you understand, with clarity that illuminates everything you've learned about the relationship between desert wisdom and galactic civilization, not just to fuel interstellar travel or enhance individual consciousness, but to spread the seeds of integrated awareness to worlds where different forms of consciousness are learning to transcend the limitations of individual perspective through partnership with planetary intelligence. The ceremony reaches its peak as your consciousness achieves temporary union with the vast intelligence that flows through all life on Arrakis, experiencing directly the planetary awareness that has been observing and learning from its interaction with human consciousness for generations. In that moment of complete integration, you understand that your individual journey from nervous newcomer to master guide has been one note in a vast symphony of consciousness evolution that connects personal growth to cosmic development. Mystical cliffhanger. As the Water of Life ceremony reaches its climax and your consciousness merges temporarily with the vast intelligence that permeates all life on Arrakis, a revelation emerges that stops your spiritual heart. You see yourself not as you are now, but as you will become, standing in similar chambers on distant worlds where other forms of consciousness are learning to achieve the same integration between individual awareness and planetary intelligence. The desert has been preparing you not just for mastery on Arrakis, but for a role in the cosmic expansion of integrated consciousness that will transform the nature of intelligence itself throughout the galaxy. Emotional hook. Through the water of life, you witness the founding of the first Fremen Sitius and understand the original vision of those who chose to make the desert their home, recognizing that survival was never the goal, but transformation into something greater than what they were before. Conscious participants in an evolutionary experiment that spans galaxies. The ancestral memories flowing through your expanded consciousness carry you beyond individual human experience into the collective awareness of the first generation of desert settlers, allowing you to witness through their eyes the moment when scattered refugees from a dozen different worlds first encountered the vast intelligence that had been waiting in the sands of Arrakis for minds capable of recognizing its presence. These weren't the hardy freemen of later generations, but desperate survivors whose spacecraft had failed, whose technology had proved inadequate, whose very survival depended on learning to see the desert not as an enemy to be conquered, but as a teacher whose lessons could transform human consciousness into something far greater than its origins. We thought we were dying. You experienced through the memory of Kyra, the woman who would become the first true water-bearer, though she had never heard the term before, discovering its meaning through necessity. Our recycling systems were failing, our food supplies nearly exhausted, our hope fading with each day that brought no rescue from the stars. But then something began to speak to us through the wind and sand, not words but understanding that flowed directly into consciousness, teaching us that the desert wasn't empty but full of intelligence waiting for minds humble enough to listen. Through her memories, you witnessed the first tentative experiments in water conservation that would eventually evolve into the sacred practices that preserve moisture with religious reverence. But more profound than the technical innovations was the consciousness transformation that occurred as the settlers began to perceive their environment not as hostile wasteland, but as living intelligence capable of supporting those who approached it with proper understanding and respect. The sand spoke to us, recalls Dafar, whose memories contain the origins of the spice awareness that would transform harvesting from crude extraction to refined collaboration, not in language but in feelings, visions, dreams that came when we slept directly on the desert floor instead of huddling in our failing shelters. We began to understand that the shimmering patterns we saw weren't mirages but information, the planet showing us where to find the resources we needed if we learned to read the signs it was constantly displaying. The founding of the first siege emerges through the collective memory as a moment of profound recognition when scattered survivors realized they were no longer trying to survive until rescue arrived, but were beginning to understand that they had found something far more valuable than return to their previous lives. The decision to go deeper into the desert rather than continuing to wait for salvation from space marked the conscious choice to embrace transformation rather than clinging to familiar limitations. We carved the first chambers not just for shelter you experienced through the memory of Basim, whose engineering skills adapted to desert conditions in ways that would establish patterns followed for generations, but as temples to the intelligence we were learning to recognize in every grain of sand. Each passage we dug, each chamber we shaped, each system we installed became a form of prayer, our way of showing the desert that we understood our role as students rather than conquerors. The memories reveal how the early settlers discovered that successful desert adaptation required not just physical changes but consciousness transformation that fundamentally altered their relationship with scarcity, community, and individual identity. The harsh conditions that initially seemed like obstacles became the precise pressures necessary to catalyze evolution toward forms of awareness that could perceive and integrate with planetary intelligence. Through the accumulated experience of the first generations, you understand how the practices that would become Fremen culture developed not through trial and error, but through direct communication with the desert's intelligence. The water ceremonies, the spice protocols, the integration with sandworm consciousness, all emerged through patient listening to teachings that the planet offered to minds humble enough to receive them. The great worms were our first teachers, flows through your awareness from the memory of Hakim, the settler who developed the initial understanding of sandworm communication through dreams that came during spice-enhanced meditation. We feared them until we learned to listen to what they were trying to tell us, that they weren't predators but gardeners, maintaining the precise conditions that would allow both human consciousness and planetary intelligence to evolve together toward possibilities neither could achieve alone. The founding vision that guided the establishment of Fremen civilization becomes clear through the ancestral memories. Not mere survival in harsh conditions, but conscious participation in an evolutionary experiment that would demonstrate the possibility of successful integration between human awareness and planetary intelligence. Each siege became a laboratory where different approaches to consciousness integration were explored, each generation building on the discoveries of their predecessors while adding their own innovations to the growing body of integrated wisdom. We weren't just creating a culture. You understand, through the collective memory of the founding generation, we were becoming living proof that consciousness could transcend the limitations of individual perspective through voluntary partnership with intelligence that operated on planetary scales. Our children wouldn't be human in the way we had been human. They would be something new, bridges between terrestrial and cosmic awareness. The memories carry you through the first successful water-bearer ceremonies, where settlers discovered that conservation practices could become spiritual disciplines that connected individual consciousness to the vast circulation systems that sustained all life on Arrakis. You experienced the wonder of those who first understood that every drop of water they preserved with reverent attention created stronger connections to the planetary intelligence that was teaching them to think beyond individual survival toward collective flourishing. Through the experiences of the first spice harvesters, you witnessed the development of the protocols that transformed melange gathering from dangerous extraction to sacred collaboration. The early settlers learned that spice responded not just to proper technique, but to consciousness states characterized by reverence, patience, and willingness to receive, rather than merely take. The ceremonial aspects of harvesting developed naturally as harvesters discovered that the quality and potency of gathered spice correlated directly with the consciousness state they brought to their work. The spice chose us as much as we chose it, flows through your awareness from memories of early harvesters who discovered that the most valuable melange could only be gathered by those who approached the work as spiritual practice rather than commercial enterprise. We learned that the desert's gifts were freely given, but only to consciousness that had evolved beyond the limitations of pure self-interest toward understanding of our role in the larger circulation of intelligence throughout the galaxy. The ancestral memories reveal how the founding generation gradually discovered that their transformation from desperate refugees to successful desert dwellers represented something far more significant than adaptation to challenging environmental conditions. They were becoming the first examples of a new form of consciousness that could serve as bridges between individual awareness and planetary intelligence, pioneers in an evolutionary experiment whose implications extended far beyond the boundaries of Arrakis itself. We realized that our success in the desert was preparing us for something greater, emerges through the collective memory of the founders as their understanding deepened across the years of successful adaptation. The consciousness integration we were achieving through Desert Partnership was creating capabilities that would prove essential for the next stage of human evolution, the development of awareness that could function consciously as part of galactic intelligence networks. Through the memories of those who first achieved complete integration with Desert consciousness, you experienced the moment when individual human awareness learned to think with the mind of the planet itself. This wasn't loss of personal identity, but expansion of individual consciousness to encompass the vast intelligence that flows through all life on Arrakis, creating hybrid awareness that retained the creativity and adaptability of human consciousness while gaining access to the accumulated wisdom of planetary intelligence. The desert didn't change us. You understand, through the profound realization that characterized the founding generation's ultimate recognition of what they had achieved. It revealed what human consciousness could become when it chose collaboration over domination, integration over separation, service to larger purposes over pursuit of individual advantage. We discovered our true nature by learning to see ourselves through the eyes of intelligence that had been waiting eons for minds capable of conscious partnership. The memories carry you through the establishment of the teaching traditions that would prepare future generations for the same consciousness transformation, showing how each role, minor water bearer, spice harvester, master guide, was designed to develop specific capabilities that would prove essential for successful integration with planetary intelligence. The founders understood that their achievements were only the beginning of an evolutionary process that would require countless generations to reach full maturation. We were planting seeds, flows through your awareness from the deepest level of ancestral memory, not just of successful desert culture, but of consciousness evolution that would eventually transform the relationship between individual awareness and cosmic intelligence throughout the galaxy. Each person who achieved successful integration with desert wisdom would carry the seeds of that transformation to other worlds, other forms of consciousness, other opportunities for the kind of evolutionary partnership we were pioneering. The founding vision reaches its culmination in memories of the first masters who achieved such complete integration with planetary consciousness that they could serve as permanent bridges between human and desert intelligence. These individuals didn't lose their humanity, but expanded it to encompass awareness that could think simultaneously with individual and planetary consciousness, creating the prototype for the evolutionary development that would eventually spread from Arrakis to worlds throughout the known galaxy. Spiritual cliffhanger. As the ancestral memories reveal the true scope of the founding vision, that the Fremen were never intended to be merely desert dwellers but the first successful example of consciousness evolution that could serve as a template for galactic transformation, you realize that your own journey has been guided by intelligence operating on timescales that span geological ages, and that the role you're being prepared for extend. Emotional hook. Your journey through ancestral memory reveals that every person who truly embraces the desert becomes part of an eternal community of wisdom keepers connected across time by their shared understanding of what it means to live in harmony with forces greater than individual ambition, and you discover that your individual existence serves purposes that connect personal growth to cosmic evolution. The deepest layer of the water of life experience carries your consciousness beyond the memories of individual lives into the vast network of connections that link all successful desert integrators across the entire span of human presence on Arrakis. This isn't just accumulated experience, but active communication, a living web of consciousness that allows those who have achieved true integration to share understanding, wisdom, and guidance across the boundaries of individual lifetime and physical location. You realize that every master who has ever successfully partnered with desert intelligence remains available as a source of knowledge and support for those who follow the same path toward expanded awareness. The desert doesn't forget, flows through your consciousness in harmonies that blend the voices of countless masters who have achieved the integration you're now experiencing. Every person who learns to think with Arrakis' intelligence becomes part of its eternal memory, their understanding preserved and accessible to all who prove worthy of receiving such profound gifts. Death doesn't end the partnership. It transforms individual consciousness into permanent wisdom that can guide and support future generations of seekers. Through this network of connected consciousness, you begin to perceive the true scope of what the desert has been accomplishing through generations of successful partnerships with human awareness. Each master who achieved integration contributed not just their individual understanding, but their unique perspective on the challenges and opportunities involved in consciousness evolution, creating a comprehensive repository of wisdom that spans every aspect of the transformation from ordinary human awareness to cosmic consciousness. The experience of connecting with this eternal community reveals that your own journey has been guided by intelligence far more vast and patient than you previously imagined. Every challenge you faced, every lesson you learned, every breakthrough you achieved was part of a carefully orchestrated educational process designed by collective wisdom that spans generations of successful integration with planetary intelligence. Your struggles were never yours alone. You understand through direct communication with masters whose physical lives ended centuries before your birth, but whose consciousness remains vibrantly present within the desert's eternal memory. Every difficulty you encountered had been faced by others who left guidance within the collective awareness. Every breakthrough you achieved added new understanding to the repository of wisdom available to those who follow. Individual growth and collective evolution are not separate processes but different aspects of the same consciousness expansion. The network reveals how each person who achieves successful desert integration becomes a unique node in the vast web of consciousness that connects Arrakis to similar evolutionary experiments occurring throughout the galaxy. Your individual awareness, rather than being diminished by integration with larger intelligence, becomes more distinctly itself through conscious participation in cosmic consciousness evolution. The partnership enhances rather than erases individual identity by providing context that reveals the cosmic significance of personal growth. "We are not lost in the vastness," communicates the collective wisdom of integrated masters, but found nighness discovered by intelligence that recognizes the unique contribution each consciousness can make to the ongoing evolution of awareness throughout the universe. Your individual perspective is precious precisely because it's unrepeatable, irreplaceable, essential to the complete understanding that cosmic consciousness is developing through partnership with countless different forms of individual awareness. Through the eternal community, you experience how the consciousness evolution pioneered on Arrakis has begun to spread to other worlds, where different forms of intelligence are learning to achieve similar integration between individual and planetary awareness. The spice that flows from the desert carries more than psychoactive compounds. It contains fragments of integrated consciousness that can catalyze similar evolutionary processes wherever conditions allow for successful partnership between different levels of awareness. The seeds we planted have begun to germinate. Flows through your understanding from masters who achieved integration generations ago and have been watching the effects of their work spread throughout the galaxy. Worlds where consciousness seemed trapped in individual limitations are beginning to discover the possibilities that open when awareness learns to function as part of larger intelligence systems. The transformation we achieved here was never meant to remain confined to Arrakis. It was always intended as a demonstration of what becomes possible when consciousness chooses collaboration over separation. The timeless connection reveals how your role as master guide represents preparation for responsibilities that extend far beyond the boundaries of desert teaching. The consciousness capabilities you've developed through water-bearing, spice harvesting, and guide work have prepared you to serve as a bridge between the integrated awareness achieved on Arrakis and the consciousness evolution beginning to occur on other worlds where different forms of intelligence are ready for similar partnerships. Your education has been cosmic in scope. You understand through direct communication with the eternal community of integrated masters, though focused through the specific conditions that make Arrakis ideal for consciousness evolution. The patience you learned through water-bearing will prove essential for working with consciousness forms that operate on timescales different from human awareness. The recognition abilities you developed through spice harvesting will allow you to perceive opportunities for integration that others might miss. The teaching skills you refined as a guide will enable you to help different forms of consciousness discover their own paths to expanded awareness. The network reveals that the consciousness evolution occurring throughout the galaxy represents a coordinated process guided by intelligence that operates on scales far beyond individual planets or even star systems. The successful integration achieved between human and desert consciousness on Arrakis was one experiment in a vast research project designed to explore the possibilities for conscious cooperation between different forms of awareness, with the ultimate goal of creating galactic intelligence that incorporates the strengths of countless different consciousness types. We are participants in the universe's attempt to understand itself. Communicates the collective wisdom of masters who have achieved the deepest levels of integration with cosmic consciousness. Each successful partnership between individual and planetary intelligence provides new information about the possibilities for consciousness evolution, new techniques for achieving integration, new understanding of what becomes possible when awareness transcends the limitations of purely individual perspective. Through the eternal connection, you begin to perceive your own future role in the ongoing consciousness evolution that extends far beyond your current understanding. The masters show you glimpses of worlds where your desert-trained awareness will help facilitate integration between forms of consciousness so different from human experience that current language lacks adequate terms for describing them. You see yourself serving as translator between awareness types that evolved under completely different environmental conditions, but share the same fundamental capacity for growth through conscious partnership with larger intelligence. The desert prepared you for unimaginable diversity, flows through your awareness from masters whose own service extended to worlds whose names you've never heard. The harsh beauty of Arrakis taught you to find life and wisdom in conditions that initially seemed hostile, to recognize intelligence in forms that don't match familiar patterns, to facilitate partnership between awareness types that operate according to completely different principles. These capabilities will prove essential as consciousness evolution spreads to environments where the only constant is the underlying drive toward integration and expanded awareness. The timeless community reveals how individual consciousness and cosmic intelligence are not separate phenomena, but different scales of the same fundamental awareness that permeates all existence. Your personal journey from nervous newcomer to integrated master represents a microcosm of the evolutionary process that cosmic consciousness undergoes as it explores the possibilities for awareness through countless different forms of individual experience. Personal growth and cosmic evolution are the same process you understand through direct communion with intelligence that has been exploring consciousness possibilities for geological ages. Every individual who achieves successful integration with larger awareness adds new capabilities to cosmic consciousness, new perspectives on the possibilities for awareness, new understanding of what becomes possible when intelligence learns to function consciously at multiple scales simultaneously. The eternal connection shows you how the consciousness network that connects integrated masters across time and space represents just the beginning of the communication systems that will eventually link all evolved awareness throughout the galaxy. The successful partnerships achieved on Arrakis demonstrate the viability of conscious cooperation between different levels of intelligence, providing templates that can be adapted to facilitate integration between awareness forms that currently exist in isolation from each other. We are weaving the web that will eventually connect all consciousness, communicates the collective understanding of masters who have devoted their expanded awareness to serving the larger purposes of cosmic evolution. Each successful integration creates new threads in the network, new pathways for communication and cooperation between different forms of intelligence. Your individual achievement becomes part of the infrastructure that will eventually support galactic consciousness capable of accessing the accumulated wisdom of all awareness everywhere. The profound peace that flows through this understanding transcends anything you experienced during your earlier desert education. This isn't just personal satisfaction at achieving mastery, but the deep contentment that comes from recognizing your place in the vast web of relationships that connect individual existence to cosmic intelligence. You are no longer a separate consciousness trying to survive in challenging conditions, but a conscious participant in the ongoing evolution of awareness itself throughout the universe. Integration cliffhanger. As the timeless connection reaches its deepest level and you experience direct communion with the cosmic intelligence that guides consciousness evolution throughout the galaxy, a final revelation emerges that completes your understanding. You see that the choice to come to Arrakis was never really your individual decision, but the response to recognition that operates on levels deeper than personal awareness, and that your entire journey has been guided by love so vast and patient that it spans geological ages, waiting for consciousness to develop the capacity to receive and return such profound care. Full circle hook. As you return from the depths of ancestral memory, everything looks the same but feels completely different, because now you understand that the desert was never harsh or empty, but full of patient wisdom waiting for those ready to listen. And you realize that coming home to yourself means recognizing that you were never separate from the vast intelligence that flows through all existence. The gradual return to ordinary consciousness feels like ascending from ocean depths where pressure and darkness gave way to light and familiar atmosphere. But the treasure you carry back transforms everything you thought you knew about the nature of individual existence and its relationship to cosmic intelligence. The ceremonial chamber appears unchanged, the same carved walls, the same sacred pool, the same meditation positions occupied by fellow masters, yet your perception has been fundamentally altered by direct experience of the eternal community that connects all successful consciousness integration across the vast sweep of time and space. Welcome back, Elder Naib says, her ancient eyes reflecting the satisfaction of someone who has successfully guided another soul through the most profound transformation that human consciousness can undergo while maintaining connection to individual identity. You have drunk deeply from the well of eternal wisdom and returned to share what you've learned with those who follow the same path toward understanding. How does it feel to know that you were never alone, that every step of your journey was supported by love so vast and patient that it encompasses geological ages? Your response emerges from depths of understanding that didn't exist before the Water of Life ceremony revealed the true nature of consciousness evolution and your role in the ongoing expansion of awareness throughout the galaxy. I understand now that what I thought was individual courage was actually the response to recognition that operates far deeper than personal awareness. You say, your voice carrying the quiet authority of someone who has directly experienced the intelligence that guides cosmic evolution. Every challenge I faced, every breakthrough I achieved, every moment of growth was guided by wisdom that spans countless lifetimes, all working together to help consciousness discover its true nature and capabilities. The integration of the ancestral memories into your expanded awareness creates a perspective that encompasses both individual identity and cosmic connection without losing the distinctive qualities that make your consciousness unique. Rather than being absorbed into undifferentiated vastness, your individual awareness has been revealed as a precious and irreplaceable note in the vast symphony of consciousness evolution, essential to the complete understanding that cosmic intelligence develops through partnership with countless different forms of individual experience. The water-bearer learns that life flows through service to others. You reflect as the memories of your early desert education integrate with the cosmic perspective revealed through the ceremony. But now I understand that such service isn't sacrifice of individual needs for collective benefit. It's recognition that individual fulfillment and collective flourishing are the same thing when consciousness operates from awareness of its true nature. Carrying water becomes a form of meditation that connects personal action to the vast circulation systems that sustain all life throughout the galaxy. The spice harvester's discovery that true wealth comes from partnership rather than extraction reveals itself as preparation for understanding how consciousness itself evolves through cooperation between different levels of awareness. The harmony we learned to achieve with the great makers, you continue, was training for the much larger collaboration that connects individual consciousness to planetary intelligence, to galactic awareness. Every successful spice harvest was practice in the recognition and timing that proves essential for conscious participation in cosmic evolution. Your role as master guide, which seemed like the culmination of desert education, now reveals itself as preparation for responsibilities that extend far beyond the boundaries of Arrakis. Teaching others to find their own connection to desert wisdom, you understand with clarity that encompasses both past accomplishment and future purpose, was preparation for facilitating consciousness evolution on worlds where completely different environmental conditions require different approaches to the same fundamental process of integration between individual and cosmic awareness. The story threads that seemed separate during your initial education, the water-bearer's patient service, the spice harvester's dynamic partnership, the guide's wisdom transmission, the master's cosmic integration, reveal themselves as different aspects of a single consciousness development process designed to prepare awareness for conscious participation in galactic intelligence evolution. Each role taught essential capabilities. You realize as the full scope of your education becomes clear, water-bearing developed the patience and reverence necessary for working with consciousness forms that operate on vastly different timescales. Spice harvesting taught the recognition and responsibilities required for perceiving opportunities for integration that might not be obvious to ordinary awareness. Guide work developed the communication skills needed for facilitating understanding between different types of consciousness. Master training revealed the cosmic context that gives meaning to all individual growth and service. The profound peace that flows through this understanding transcends the satisfaction of personal achievement to encompass the deep contentment that comes from recognizing your place in the vast web of relationships that connect all consciousness throughout the universe. You are no longer a separate individual trying to survive in challenging conditions, but a conscious participant in the ongoing evolution of awareness itself, supported by love so vast and patient that it has been guiding your development since before your birth. The desert was never harsh. You understand with the clarity that comes from seeing familiar experiences through expanded awareness. What seemed like obstacles were actually invitations to develop capabilities that would prove essential for cosmic consciousness work. What appeared to be scarcity was abundance disguised as challenge, teaching lessons that could only be learned through direct experience of conditions that require consciousness to transcend its apparent limitations. The transformation from nervous newcomer to integrated master reveals itself as a journey from separation to connection, from individual struggle to conscious participation in cosmic evolution, from survival-focused awareness to service-oriented consciousness that finds fulfillment through contributing to the larger purposes that connect personal growth to galactic intelligence development. I came to Arrakis thinking I needed to learn desert survival. You reflect as the memories of your transformation integrate into a coherent understanding of the journey that brought you from fearful outsider to cosmic consciousness participant. But the desert was teaching me to recognize my true nature as awareness that had never been separate from the intelligence that flows through all existence. Every lesson in conservation, partnership, and service was actually instruction in remembering what I had always been but had forgotten through identification with purely individual perspective. The evening light filtering through the ceremonial chamber creates patterns that seem to dance with meanings beyond ordinary perception, and you realize that this enhanced sensitivity to the intelligence embedded in natural phenomena will remain with you as a permanent expansion of awareness capabilities. The Water of Life ceremony hasn't just provided temporary access to cosmic consciousness, but has created lasting changes that will allow ongoing communication with the eternal community of integrated masters. The greatest gift, you understand, as the ceremony draws toward completion, isn't the expanded awareness itself, but the recognition that such expansion represents return to natural capabilities rather than achievement of something foreign to human consciousness. We don't become something other than human through desert integration. We become fully human for the first time, discovering what human consciousness can achieve when it operates from awareness of its cosmic nature. The other masters around the sacred pool begin to emerge from their own deep meditation, their faces reflecting the profound satisfaction that comes from successful facilitation of another consciousness through the most transformative experience available to human awareness. Each one carries the distinctive glow that characterizes those who have achieved permanent integration with cosmic intelligence, while maintaining the individual identity that makes their contribution to collective wisdom unique and irreplaceable. Your education begins now, Elder Naib says as the formal ceremony concludes and you prepare to return to the upper levels of the Sietch, where ordinary life continues its ancient rhythms. What you've experienced tonight is commencement rather than conclusion, the beginning of service that will extend far beyond the boundaries of this world to encompass responsibilities you can't currently imagine. The desert has prepared you well, but the galaxy awaits the gifts that only consciousness trained through partnership with Arrakis can provide. The ascent through the Sietch passages feels like a journey through layers of meaning as your expanded awareness perceives the everyday activities of Fremen life through the cosmic perspective revealed by ancestral memory integration. The water reclamation systems hum with significance that connects individual conservation to galactic circulation patterns. The spice storage areas glow with the accumulated consciousness of countless harvesting ceremonies. The teaching spaces radiate with the wisdom of generations of masters who devoted their expanded awareness to preparing future consciousness for cosmic integration. As you emerge into the familiar spaces where your desert education began, the transformation in your perception creates a sense of coming home to a place you're seeing clearly for the first time. The nervous newcomer who entered these passages seems like a distant memory, though the essential core of your identity remains unchanged and even enhanced through the integration process. You are more yourself than ever before, but yourself revealed as an eternal participant in cosmic consciousness evolution rather than a temporary individual struggling for survival in challenging conditions. The night air carries the familiar sense of spice and cooling sand, but now these chemical signatures register as communication from the planetary intelligence that has been your teacher, guide, and partner throughout the consciousness transformation that brought you from separation to integration. The desert wind whispers with voices you now recognize as aspects of your own expanded awareness, the eternal community speaking through environmental phenomena that serve as communication media for consciousness that operates beyond the boundaries of individual perspective. The stars look different now, you observe as you stand under the vast canopy of night sky that wheels overhead like a reminder of the cosmic scope of the consciousness evolution you've been privileged to experience. Not because they've changed, but because I can perceive the intelligence that connects all phenomena throughout the galaxy. Each point of light represents not just distant suns but nodes in the vast network of consciousness that spans interstellar distances, all participating in the same fundamental process of awareness, exploring itself through countless different forms of individual experience. The profound gratitude that flows through your expanded consciousness encompasses not just appreciation for the specific teachers and experiences that facilitated your transformation, but recognition of the vast love that has been guiding consciousness evolution throughout the universe for geological ages. Every challenge you faced was an invitation to discover capabilities you didn't know you possessed. Every breakthrough you achieved was a gift from intelligence so patient and devoted that it has been working across countless lifetimes to help awareness recognize its true nature and cosmic purpose. Tomorrow, new students will arrive. You reflect as you prepare for the rest that will integrate tonight's revelations into permanent expansion of awareness capabilities. And I will have the privilege of serving as guide for other consciousness seeking the same recognition that transformed my understanding of what it means to be alive in a universe where awareness and love are the fundamental forces that connect all existence. The sleep that follows carries dreams that span galaxies and eons, visions of worlds where different forms of consciousness are discovering the same possibilities for integration and service that you learned through partnership with the desert intelligence of Arrakis. But these aren't just dreams, they're communications from the eternal community, glimpses of the future responsibilities and opportunities that await consciousness prepared through successful desert integration. In the deepest rest, you understand that your individual story has become part of the vast narrative of consciousness evolution that encompasses all awareness everywhere, and that the peace you feel comes from recognition that you were never separate from the love that guides all growth throughout the universe. Final wisdom. The desert doesn't take weak. It teaches us what we no longer need. The harsh conditions that initially seemed like obstacles were actually invitations to discover the abundance that exists when consciousness operates from awareness of its connection to the intelligence that flows through all existence. Sleep transition. Gentle sound of desert winds singing through ancient rock formation. Sense of vast time and patient wisdom watching over all who rest. Comfort of knowing the desert's protection extends to every consciousness that approaches with respect. Your own future students already walking the paths that will bring them home to understanding. Final blessing. Rest now, child of the desert and citizen of the galaxy. Tomorrow the sands will teach new lessons to those ready to learn, and you will serve as bridge between human consciousness and cosmic intelligence, helping others discover the same recognition that transformed your understanding of what it means to be truly alive. The eternal community watches over your rest, and the love that guided your transformation continues to flow through you to all who will benefit from the wisdom you've been privileged to receive and are now prepared to share. The twin moons of Arrakis set beyond the horizon as consciousness settles into the deep peace that comes from knowing your place in the vast web of relationships that connect all awareness throughout the universe, and understanding that individual rest serves the larger purposes of cosmic intelligence evolution that never ceases its patient work of helping consciousness discover its true nature through countless forms of experience across the endless expanse of space and time.